We can have some fun with it. I think we'll have some fun. Trophy! Oh,
I could say, God rest your soul.
Purge, enjoy your lurk, sir. Make that fucking Amazon list too. I don't know if I can, man. I don't know if I can make an Amazon list. It feels weird. It doesn't feel right. I was looking at someone else's Amazon list the other day, and they do cooking streams. They wanted cookbook, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then they wanted a coat and a pair of boots, and I was like, okay. And I looked, the coat was $500 and the boots were $400. Like, holy shit. I think we got 2 trophies left, chat. 3, 2, 1, 2.
Thank you for the like there, Minx. I appreciate you.
What's this one? Tribute to the deceased. Pray for the dying. Oh, okay, here you go. You'll enjoy this one. This trophy is obtained during the train wreck. After the scene at the beginning,
So,
you'll see
just
a guy.
watching Rye. Cheeky fella.
Okay. We'll give you a little cutscene to enjoy, folks. What have you been up to, Jed? Okay, watch this, Tim. Throwing his best because if you want, you can contribute tiny.
Hello, Retro.
Bigger
How's it going,
purchase.
mean? How was school the other day, fam? Is it going alright?
Whatever you play, I might want in.
What are we gonna listen to today? Well, I know. I haven't heard this album in a while. I reckon I'll listen to this. Why can't I find love? I love you, homie. Sometimes love will just find you. Sometimes it's better not to look for it, you know? I've always found people I love the most, like, when I don't expect to be honest with you. It's that shit part of waiting sometimes. School was good. I was tired as fuck. I was running on an hour of sleep. Hell yeah, dude. Sometimes you do your best work like that. I feel you there, Retro. Hope you're doing well today, man. What are you up to? Played you like a horoscope. Well, someone's loud as fuck. Who the fuck's that? Is that Blaze? Oh, yeah. Well, this song's not very loud. Well, it might get a bit loud, though. Good, I cleaned the fuck out of my room. Hell yeah, dude. Oh my god, they did drop fucking DLC trophies for Cult of the Lamb. Fuck me.
Tim, look at this guy. I would download it. We will be playing it. We at least play it once a week.
Good, I cleaned the fuck out of my room. Just blast some music. It's the way to do it, I reckon. I'm a psychopath when I clean the house or my room. I, like, don't have any caffeine. And I just clean the house with music blasting. I sweat myself to fucking death. Oh. And I'll come back home. Oh, they got a guide finally. 45 hours. Okay, I did it in 30. The best caffeine. Alcohol.
This is what I'm saying about this is all normal.
A lot of people are doing Dark Souls 2 right now, by the way. Very strange. I wonder why. This might be the 4th person I've seen. No, 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 no. It is the weekend now. The beers. What are you doing? What's on for the weekend, fam? Freddy Spaghetti too. La, 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 you. Well, why? Why do all three? Okay. Nothing expecting a snowstorm to roll through, but I don't know. Funny enough, I'm like the total opposite. And it's actually 40 degrees here. Hang on, hang on. It is 104 Fahrenheit tomorrow. At minimum tomorrow. I think it'll go higher than that. It's just crazy that we're just like have opposite weather right now. So I got to stock up on essentials, more beers. God, yeah. What kind of beers are you drinking? Hey, Ghost Trap, how's it going, fam? Hope you're doing well today. Good, how about yourself? I'm not too bad, fam. Just vibing. Probably Sapados. Oh, those are good beers right there. Do you get the Tall Boys retro, or do you get like the stubbies, the glass bottles? Sorry, I should say. I don't know if you guys call them stubbies or not. Not on a lonely road, and all can never know. You know what? Zwei has some crazy random platinums, and then some like some good decent ones. Ooh, Blight Shelter. By any chance, do you or would you react to music? I'm afraid not, fam. Late for me, so I should be looking. Appreciate you, Dark Rise. Sleep well, fam. I am no vain, I am no saint, it's true. I usually get Tall Boys. Oh, nice. The way you can call that. Stubbies, I like the way you call it that. I'm going to start calling that now. First Mac is now Stubby. Stubbies are good, yeah. We call cans tinnies. Because made of tin. Stubbies, I'm not quite sure why. But, if you want though, Ghost Trap, what's the song? I'm happy to look it up. If you have something to recommend. Look at it inside my dead Ferrari. Let's be somebody. But yeah. Spread the word. Spread the word, Retro. Go Rock Protector after this. And I'll just make it through. No follow up. Hey, Bailey. Thank you for the 70 stream streak. I appreciate you. Sleep well, Darkrai. How you doing today, Bailey? I hope you're well. If I follow after you. 22 hours and 2 out of 10. I think this is bullshit. Is it harder than this? Is it still possible? Oh, it's got a co-op trophy, that's why. That explains that. See, I'm the one. Good, tired, and sleepy, I feel that. I had to wake up early to get to a doctor's exam, and I slipped on some ice on my way there. Holy shit. Fun times. Are you okay? That sounds painful. Hey, Sophie, how's it going? I'll start Purge's witness around here, only spreading stubbies and that other word. Tinnies. Spread the word, Retro. Spread the word. Who you love? Follow age. I'm afraid that command doesn't work with Moobot anymore, but it is 2 years and about... No, fuck me. Nearly 4 years now. 3 years. And like 9 months. Still in bed. Just finished a call with the police about a report I done about the thief in store. Nice. Sounds good. Well, it's fine. The truck stopped before running me over. Jesus, dude. Nearly 4 years, though, Retro. We've known each other for now. It's funny, we met through Destiny as well, the Destiny community. That's how we met each other. I only played Destiny for a few months during that time. And then you made me do all the God of War games. Probably a few months after I turned 21. Yeah, same, actually. I was 21 at the same time. Thanks, yeah, of course, fam. Of course. I heard this Teardown game is really good. I don't know if anyone's played this. I think you like simulators, don't you, Bailey? Off the top of my head. This game is really fun, apparently. This Teardown game. I don't know if people have seen this before. It's pretty cool. Oh, you played it? Oh, fuck yeah. It's really cool. You pretty much just tear down stuff. It's a speedrun type. Yeah. I've heard it's really, really fun to do. The game is extremely underrated and not talked about a lot. Do you guys see that Fable got a release date as well? By the way, the new one. But yeah, it's like all these really interesting ways of like destroying everything. It's pretty cool. It's super heavy to run. Oh yeah, it looks good. Yeah, I've heard it's like extreme. I remember actually Exec doing it. And his PC was like dying in the ass because he was trying to do it. He was fighting for his life. I've heard isn't there a VR version as well? And fuck that. It's a good thing you didn't let that game keep you down like me. God of War or Destiny 2. I've played a fair bit of Destiny 2 though. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've probably played like 600 to 800 hours of Destiny 2. I'm not even gonna lie. And Destiny 1 probably around the same. I still played a fair bit of both of them. They're probably like one of the only games that ever gotten me hooked properly before. Yeah, Destiny 2, yeah. I played a fair bit of Destiny 2. I watched a lot of content. I played day 1 on Destiny 2. I was like one of the first people to really like, get to the stage where we could do a raid. And then my mate ended up... 2 of my mates actually ended up deciding to go and do a raid with someone else. So we didn't have enough for a raid team. And early days, you know, the game is fucking impossible to play by yourself. Well, not by yourself, but like with low numbers, because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. So we couldn't do it. So I never got to do a raid in the game because my friend like pretty much just abandoned us completely. So we never got to yeah, never got to beat it. Never got to do a raid. But I love Destiny 2. I think Destiny 2 is probably one of the best FPS games I've ever played by a mile. I think it's like, if anything, I think Destiny doesn't get the respect it deserves sometimes, personally. I think it's probably one of the most accessible games of all time. But then it also has like probably like one of the biggest like skill gaps ever too. Like if you really be really good at Destiny, you need to be like really good. There's always an abandonment story in Destiny. Yeah. Yeah. It sucks, doesn't it? You know what? Like, I was so addicted to Destiny 2, actually. I think it came out when I was 17, off the top of my head. And the first 2 months it released, I was skipping school like crazy. And I was so addicted to it, and I was like so keen on like getting my mates into it, that I would do my 3 characters and do their crucible. My 3 crucible on all 3 characters, and then my mates kept complaining about like how they would be behind, so I said give me your login details and I'll do your crucible. So I hopped on their account and did all 3 crucible, and then my other mate also asked me, oh, could you do mine as well? So I hopped on theirs and did their 3 crucibles as well. They're crucible like weeklies. I love Destiny a lot, actually. I don't talk about it very often because it's such a dangerous game. It's a slippery slope that you can just fall down. And if I talk about it too much, I end up going back to it. But I love Destiny. I do love Destiny quite a lot. Probably one of the better games I've ever played. Played for a week after release and then dropped the game after a year. Oh, for a year? I remember you saying that, actually. That's wild. I think we played for a bit. I think I played for like the first like month or 2. Even after like my mate abandoned me. I was the highest level you could be in the first like month or 2. And was ready to go. I was doing nightfalls and everything. Might as well just install it right now. Yeah, you wish. You wish. You wish. Fit me right. Yo, fit me right. Yeah, Digis account is completely gone now. Damn, so close. You don't want me to play it anyway. You don't want me to play it. Hallelujah, beg me. What if I told you there's lightsabers? No. I won't be returning. The last time I played Destiny, though, properly, it was a while ago. I tried to play it on my PC. And I bought all the DLCs and everything. But honestly, I didn't like the direction they were going. Let me try to find it. Let it wash, let it wash, let it wash all over me. Yeah, I played 100 hours in like 4 weeks, I think. Last time I played properly. I played so much of the game, it was insane. I didn't like the, which is a bit of a shit thing to think, but like I didn't like the free game, like free game, like you know what I mean, like a free game direction they were going. I didn't like it. Don't do it as I do it. I spam you for links. No. You can make me play whatever you want, Retro. You just can't make me play Destiny 2, I'm afraid, fam, because it's not possible anymore to platinum. Because it's a broken platinum, I'm afraid. I need another beer. You rock all over me. Let me go grab one real quick while this loads up. Press the install button real quick and everything after that real quick. Yeah. I want to see something. You want to see the game? I don't really talk about my Destiny addiction very much, though. Like I said, it's one of those ones. So I don't actually. Why? It's the main reason I haven't done a lot of MMO games because I get really addicted to them. Like any games that I even got like some type of system, such as Destiny or FIFA. Like obviously they're not like the same, but like they are very similar. So we don't need that song. Oh, MMO's a crack. Yeah, we're doing Monster Hunter Wilds next. Have you got that, Retro, by any chance? Or Marriage?
Of the stream or the last couple hours of the stream, or if it's a split, or if
You funded that shit day one. That's the next multiplayer game that I'm doing.
Big Saturday or Friday stream, or vice versa. I have a feeling my eyes will only be able to play so many hours a day, but we'll see. Thanks on the plat. Let's take a look. 130. 130. Trophy, platinum, rarity.
Excuse me.
I doubt it is on my first page.
Oh, I closed Ryu's Rai stream by accident. Sorry, I was listening to Rai just then. So I've been watching quite a lot recently. Work at work, I appreciate you, fam. But I can be convinced we can play together again. It's up to you, fam. It's obviously like, oh, why has it done that? Why has it done the link? How has that even been achieved? PC. There we go. I'll get it, I guess. Don't buy the game, fam. Just wait for it to go like on sale. We're going to be playing it for a while. I'm just going to look through Rise account real quick. It's going to take a while because it's big as fuck. But then I'm left behind and abandoned? What do you mean? You're not left behind and abandoned. We haven't started it yet. Destiny 2 trauma. The trauma. The trauma. I've heard Nobody Wants to Die is a good game. I'll get it though. Just message like a week before you plan to start. No. Don't worry about it. Man, I know you didn't want to play with me. We never get to play with each other retro ever, to be fair. We haven't played a game together in like, Jesus. It's been like well and truly over a year, yeah. Wow. Rye did both Monster Hunter games back to back. It's pretty impressive. I'm gonna get it, so fuck you! I'm assuming it's crossplay. I hope so. Nah, it is, I'm pretty sure, yeah. I'll let you know when I start it then. I still need to play Godfall. Ever played the Warhammer Space Marine 2? No, I haven't, no. It's a game that's been sitting in the sites for quite some time. That was a game Squiggles was going to redeem, actually, but always forgets about it.
My God! Okay, it's happening.
Please.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm. Wait. Everybody, calm down.
Yo. What does that be? How you doing today, fam? Hope you're doing well. How was your stream? How was Time Stranger? Noticed it after I talked about Tiny Tina. Squiggles redeem. Oh, it's just one of those ones. Squiggles has like a list of games they want to redeem for me. I think Squigs has like 400k right now. Like has an insane amount of channel points. Stream for 8 hours? Goddamn. How'd it go? Was it good? I don't do anything. Oh, nice. You gonna hop on for it? Oh, that's the idea. Yeah, he owns the game. I heard the servers are quite touchy actually for that game at times, which is a bit annoying. I was playing for Time Train the entire time. I'm now waiting for the final DLC to release. Nice! What's the DLC looking like? Is it looking good? Hey, Quantum. I'm procrastinating completely in the story, and DLC is amazing. Have you not finished it yet? Does the DLC reset the story? I hate when games do that, but I know they do it these days, hey? Wow. An NHL Platinum. What's up? What's going on, Quantum? How's Life is Strange going? Indica. Merc. I finished 2 achievements, so that's good though. No, it's got completely different stories. Just my completionist nature saying I can't finish the story until I finish all the other side quests. I respect it. Thank you for the like there, Sophie. I appreciate it. I hope you don't have work today. If you guys want a third at some point, I'd be happy to hop on Space Marine 2 Squigs. Of course, fam. Do you own the game, B? I'm sorry, fam. I worked all day today. I was actually going to install Tiny Tina's today, funny enough. As I said, just let me know when you want to play. If you even want to, like, just set, like, honestly a day, like we play every time, and even whatever time it is, just let me know and I'll do it. So we can get through it. Shalom over me. Dun, 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 dun. Not yet. Been looking for an excuse to buy it. Mate's finished it before I got it. Yeah. Feel that. The first one's not able to be platinumed anymore in Australia, sadly. Otherwise, I'd buy that. Was too broke at the time. Yeah, that game is sat high. To be fair, it's sat at a high price for a reason, you know? Like, that's the point of it. Like, that's the point of the game. Like, if a game holds its price, it means it sells extremely well for a good reason, you know? Even good games, like, will drop in price means they're not selling too well. But if a good game sells, like, well, then it'll always stay at its price. That's why Final Fantasy games don't drop in price ever. To be fair. They're bastards for it, but they deserve it. Oh? So I have the DLC for Wilds, though, as all major trophies updated. Done so next Master's Rank DLC, and I'm so hyped to see what they have. DLC for Wilds. Did they announce when they're dropping that yet, Blaze? Take a jump into the door. Take a which way so you got Space Marine as a gift, but you never installed it? I actually think you would like it, Retro. It's pretty cool. It's multiplayer as well, if you're going to play with, like, Doc or something. You can actually play it, like, the whole thing's multiplayer. It's extremely cool. I think you'd really like it, actually. It's pretty sick. It's like a fantasy space game. It's fucking cool. Yeah, but hopping on WoW? B's like begging. Hop on it. Doc's our Warframe Gooner. I feel like if you could talk Space Marine, I think Doc would really like Space Marine too, to be fair. It's like a story-based game. It's cool. It's a really good game. I've noticed Doc is playing a lot of Warframe at the moment. Warframe has made a big comeback recently. They haven't even announced it's happening, but we all know it's happening. Yeah, I thought so. I wasn't sure. I think it'll happen before March, for sure. I think another version of the game will drop though, Blaze. You know what I mean? Like they did with Iceborne. I reckon another version of Monster Hunter will drop. I got a funny feeling, because all versions of Monster Hunter Wilds on PS5 and Xbox have dropped to $20 AUD. So there's another copy of it coming, I reckon. So they'll pretty much rebuild the entire game again. Is a DLC? Yeah. But what I mean is like a completely different version of it. I'll show you. Wait, why did I do that? God, I'm so tired today. Like this. When they re-released it, like this. Is what I mean. Not begging, just bought him a month of it. To be fair, he's given me way more, so paid it himself. Oh, you bought a month of it? How much is the subscription at the moment? Did they up it? I knew he started playing it. I remember watching the stream. Back to Arvo Shift next week, though. Yeah, because they did this thing and, like, re-released the game nearly with this. $14.99 USD. Holy shit! It's like $30 now? Jesus, dude. Fucking hell, man. How much is FF14s? Ooh, 60-day card for $40. Jesus, man, it's expensive. One sec, I can check. You're right. They are selling 50 of 58 boosts so people can play TVK without leveling into it. It's 68 SD. That's so expensive! Jesus, man. That's so... In Australia, that's so expensive. I can't even begin. That's like 6 hours... That's 6 to 7 hours of work for me. Like, to get that. That's insane. Ugh. I feel like USD is just going up so much. But I'm just not sure, Blaze, because what... I don't know if you're still here or not. The only reason I'll say about a different version, because if that's the case, I will push to finish this game quickly. If that's the case. If there's another version of this game is dropping, I'll finish this as fast as I can. Here too. 6 or 7 hours? No way, at least 67 more. 6 or... Ugh. 6 or 7 hours? No way, at least isn't 6, 7. The 7 hours is like a shit time in one of my stores. That's the only reason I'm like, fuck that. I'm not going to the store for an extra day. Do you have freedom to stay away? Wish you the best for the free world. This is a good. I can't remember if you. I think you bought a heap of JRPGs, didn't you? B. But this Sea of Stars is a really good game as well. If you ever want to play something, it's like an old school JRPG. This game's apparently amazing, like really, really amazing. Apparently, it's a really pretty game. I'm gonna sleep. I'll be a Guna Wilds when I get up. Sounds good, Retro. Have a good one. There's no AED option, so we go off Euros. Oh, we go off Euros instead. Our Euros isn't too bad right now, though, is it? I think it's pounds that fucks us, right? I think pounds gets us. Yeah. Euros actually still eats us alive, though. Jesus. But pounds absolutely fucks us in the ass. Like, pounds is literally double us. No matter what. Pounds absolutely destroys us into next year. I don't know why their currency's gone so crazy recently. It's gone even like crazier than usual. It's like 4 to 5 months depending on hours, depending on the day for me. Yeah, ED seems to be in a rough patch. Yeah. Pounds us. It's not in too bad, like, it's in a bad spot, but it's not like in a bad spot. It's in a bad spot in the sense that, how do I put it? We fucking source everything to everybody else, and then everyone else is like, fuck you. Actually, is a good way to put it. We sell meat to, like, every country in the world. And, like, we're, like, one of the highest, like, producers of, like, lithium batteries. And we just get our cheeks clapped. How long has it been like that? Not long. It's gotten really bad recently. Probably in the last 2 years, it's gotten really bad. I think we're at 90 cents off the top of my head in 2020, and then it just went downhill from there. I think we were above the US for a bit, and like when I was in high school. Yeah, it's because we just get fucked over. That's all there is to it, and everyone taxes the shit out of us. So we just go fuck ourselves. Did you see the new LSF drama? Yes, I did. The government gives away for free. Yeah, we're too nice, our government. The day we actually probably vote in someone aggressive, it's going to be actually fucked. Because we're going to be like the most aggressive motherfuckers ever. I can't remember the last time we actually had someone who was like extremely aggressive in Parliament. Not for a long time, anyway. But then most aggressive people are cunts, so you don't really want that at the same time. I did see that, B, yeah. Did you see the Marvel Rivals drama? With that tournament thing, too. That was pretty fucked. Man, I'm not gonna lie to you. Seeing, like, streamers like that, like OTK, when I see someone, like, doing content like that, I instantly think, this motherfucker is just doing something wrong in the background. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, please get off Widow. Oh, dude. To be fair, that was fucked though. The way they treated the person after it was mental. Oh my boy. I still need to do Godfall. Apparently Godfall's really good. Heard some good things. Yeah, it came out of the woodwork. Yeah. Thank God Soda's corrected his ways. I think people that are that edgy eventually correct their ways or like develop into being really, really edgy and then pull out of it. PewDiePie, I feel like, is another one, and like a lot of other big streamers during that time. I think if you're a little bit too edgy now, like right now, if you're a little bit too edgy, there's something wrong. Personally, is what I think. Because right now, I don't think it is the right time to be edgy, the way some people are. I love the Twitch Marvel Rivals. It may have been a shit show, but the outcome was hilarious. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think like the time when Soda was big was like when PewDiePie was edgy as well, and like Jacksepticeye, like all of them were really crazy and edgy and doing crazy shit. But right now, it's not the time. And if you are going to be edgy like that, you got to be on YouTube, not Twitch. I think Twitch is too dangerous to be on. That's a sad song. I'm not going to play this song. This trophy has become so rare, it's insane. This is so rare. This was like 10% at the start of the year, I swear to God. I go Alexa. Rober's event in fucking hell was hilarious to see the so-called greatest team, Shroud and the Golem wannabe XTC get humbled. Hey, Didge. How you doing, fam? How you been, everyone? Not too bad, fam. How you doing? It's good to see you, fam. What have you been up to the last week? I've been deathly ill, actually. Funny enough. So not much, to be honest. It was hilarious because they deny the YouTuber beat them because they want to hate on VTubers right now because they're constantly reminded they were beat by VTubers team. Anyway, I lurk now. Appreciate you, Blaze. Have a good one, fam. Thank you, thank you. What are you up to? Oh, sorry to hear that, man. Oh, it's okay. Don't stress, fam. What have you been up to, fam? Jakey hasn't streamed in so long. Good morning, Leaf. How you doing, fam? A lot of house stuff moving in 2 weeks tomorrow, so it's all go, 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 go. Feel that, fam. Feel that. How are you? I'm alright, fam. How you doing? I'm tired. I'm tired. Office is gonna be mint. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm excited. You should do a room tour. Be good. Around. I'm sleepy still. I respect it. Four hours, my dick. 4 hours. They're smoking it, bro. You gonna... Oh, yeah. That sounds good. I'm excited to see that. For sure, for sure. Gonna sleep for another hour-ish. I respect it. You get that sleep, Leaf. This game is fucking haunting me, dude. It's taken so long to, like, nearly beat this one. You're still on number 2. I am. I'm like 18 hours in, and the first game was only meant to take 15 at the most. Game's a grind and a half. Are you close at least? I thought I was close last night, but I don't know. I reckon I'm about another 3 or 4 hours from finishing it, sadly. It's been a pain in the dick, man. And there's a chance, like, I'll still get to the end of the game and I'll be missing something. If I get to the end and I don't pop a trophy, I'm going to break and I'm going to actually have to beg Rocky to, like, let me change the game. Not change the game, but like just put off the game for a little bit until I fix it. Don't make you better than the others. We'll see though. Has returned, squeaky clean. Hell yeah, fam. How's Chivalry been? Been really good. Have you played it before, Didge? Oh god, lol. I played the first one. If you want me to be completely honest, if there's any interest in it at all, Didge, I ain't gonna lie to you, fam. The servers will go down on PlayStation within the next year or two, I reckon. The rarest trophies in the game as well. There's currently a dedicated server up currently. That literally... that fluctuates between these three maps. So the rarest trophies in the game are Coxwell, Lionspire, and Dark Forest, and Rudhelm. These 4 maps, because I think there's 40 maps in the game now. So you never get these 4, and then you got to win on them, and majority of the time you won't win. So you can do dedicated servers now, like people can rent them, and there's a person currently that's doing them. He's rented a server, and he has these 4 maps continuously looping, and the matches only last 20 seconds. So all you got to do is switch to the winning team and win, and then get the trophies. Because they're broken as fuck. So if you're tempted, I would not say you don't have to do it now, but I would say within the year, I would definitely work on it if you were interested in it. The game is 100% going down, I think, in the next year. There's been no PlayStation support on this game at all in forever. They pretty much abandoned the game on PlayStation and Xbox, and they just focus on the PC, basically. So it's, yeah. It's up to you, though, of course, but I just thought I'd warn you if you're keen for it. Imagine Danny DeVito and Sonny, he shaved all his body hair, lubed himself up, and he went, he's clean! But yeah, if you're interested, fam, of course. But, like, you can beat this game naturally as well. I think that's the best part about it, in my opinion. It's just 2,000 kills is, like, the hardest thing in the game, pretty much. So you can just play the game normally. Or boost it, if you can be bothered. But I just play the game naturally. He was quarantined and some health anxiety. Alright, I'm going to grab another beer, and then I think we're going to do this game. I'm going to regret doing this game, but we'll do this game today. No, shaving and then alcohol and any little cuts, that would hurt. Well, it disinfects it. Hand sanitizer, in my opinion, is like one of the best like disinfectants ever. That shit's so good. Does dry out your skin though. Yeah, it works well. It works really well for disinfecting stuff. Alright, I'm gonna grab another beer, and then we'll start. I'll be back in a second.
Where are you?
Right, I'm back. God.
Gary, now I know I was wrong. I messed up. and
But now you're gone.
Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you.
Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this empty. God, I forgot how loud this fucking game is. Holy shit. I'm actually going to do something real quick before Strum. Before we start the game, not Strum. Jesus. A surprise. But I'm not going to talk about it until someone figures it out. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-da-dun-dun. So many people are going to be pissed off there. Dee-da-dun-dun. But I'll keep those two as it is. I'll keep that there as well, actually. That's fine. Right. Morning, Cheska. How are you? It's on 2AdFam. How you doing today? Explore the town and make an extra save before entering the ice cave. Alright. Penguins! Hey, buddy. Squawk. Oh, they can't talk. That's a bit depressing. We might have to grind here a little bit, actually. I might just keep the music on and grind for a little bit. Now I think about this properly. We are going to have to grind a little bit here. What's going on for today, Cheska? Why are you here? I won't the Onyxes beat me just yet. There's nothing in the town. Why are you here? Why are you here? Can't fight on the empty stomach. Okay, bro. These fucking cats. I can't move when they're in the way. Move, bro! This motherfucker's just Move! There we go. Fucking hell, man. Sorry. Jesus, dude. Such a stupid fucking... Oh my fucking god. Now I'm getting corner fucked. What is this? I can't leave because of the child? So tired after last night, streaming hard. Lol, it is. It's more exhausted than people think, that's for sure. Must now work, but still in bed. Don't do it to yourself. Well, it's the end of the day, and I'm having a beer, and it's good. It's good stuff. Taking the shower, of course. If you're watching this, Rocky, in the VOD, I do apologize, fam, but I need to grind a few levels to get some items, some magic, or I'm going to get destroyed. Stream Elements was on a bender, kept timing out barely low because of links and spam. Did you decrease your auto mod? Hello, Intel Rush. How you going, fam? Oh. God, look at these guys heal. Holy shit. You have it turned off now. Auto mod should still be on light for spamming, but it's not too bad apart from that. What are these guys? The Ninetail. Damn. Hello, Snowwolf. How you doing, fam? It's the coldest I've ever felt in years. I'm sorry to hear that, fam. I'm doing The Descent. Are you enjoying it, fam? I've heard it's a very underrated game. Oh, you're doing decent. Sorry. Oh, my God. Sorry. I thought you meant The Ascent. Oh, my God. I'm so dumb. Sorry, fam. I thought you meant the game Ascent. Jesus, man. Sorry about that. My brain. I worked all day today. Apologies. I worked a 12-hour day. Ah, jeez. It's not even close. Oh, my God. I don't like the cold. I'm shivering right now. I'm sorry to hear that, fam. Oh, nice. What are you up to anyway, fam? Are you playing anything? At the moment? Getting slammed by Blizzard. Fair enough, fam. Retro was saying that before. I'm sorry to hear that. We're not strong enough, apparently, to beat the crap out of these guys just yet. Which is not good. We need like maybe 20,000, I reckon. God, the healing is so annoying, dude. Feels like minus 18. Damn, fam. Sorry, I just woke up. Just got the day off. Nice. You got much on for the day off? Some days off are just nice to do absolutely nothing, to be fair. Best way to rest. Hell no. Hell yeah, fam. That's the way to be. You got Cynic 06, my PS3 yesterday, and I already regret my decision. I heard Sonic 06 isn't too bad, actually. It's very well hated on there. No, fine. Did you buy it, or did you get, like, gifted it? You bought it? You don't like it? Gave me at some point. Found you on my recommended. Assume it's trophy hunting because I got no idea what this game is. Probably the trophy hunting. Do you trophy hunt as well? I'm guessing so. It is. This game... All you need to know is this game is hell. That's all you need to know. It's a very, very whole JRPG that is painful as fuck. That's pretty much it. I basically, like, my channel is, like, basically the idea is that any of my viewers can redeem whatever game they want. So they make me play everything I do. So I don't get to pick any of my games. So I'm just here. And I open up a game and I'm like, yep, makes sense. Achievement Hunt on stream, Steam, but same thing, different place. No, that's fair. I got a few friends that Steam Achievement Hunt. Damn, yeah. It's a little stupid, but it's good fun at the same time. It's a good way to, like, learn how to play other games, because I'm, like, pretty set in my ways with games as well. But, like, no one ever picks the same games. My PS3 plays some PS2 games. My only PS2 game is Spider-Man 2. I'll play some of them, does it? It's like an old school one. This week I might get Sonic and Black of the Night. Oh yeah, nice. So Show the Hedgehog. I know that one. You know the chunky PS3 console? That's the one I have. There's a sick one, that one. That wasn't released much in Australia. Well, hopefully they're all nice enough with their picks. No, they're not. Majority of the people want to make me suffer. I'm going to be honest right now. Majority of them really like to make me suffer. And majority of them don't want to make me suffer. They just make me want to plat games that they couldn't do themselves. I've banned all horror games for a reason. Like, they're all banned because I'm like, I'm not doing it. It's just not happening, so... But yeah. And we are found love. Yeah, there hasn't been a nice pick for a while, actually. I'm trying to think. Every game I've done recently has been really difficult. So I can technically get the OG version Shadow of Colossus as well, but I got the PS4 version instead. Oh, okay. PS4 is a pretty good port of it. I heard Visage and Madison are amazing non-horror games. There's no way in hell. What game are you currently working on at the moment? This is just horrifying. It looks... I remember I watched my mate play it recently. And the platinum sucks. On top of it. I've seen it. I've done 100% vision on it. It's serious I've done so far. I don't really want to touch Madison. I don't blame you. Is that what you've just done recently? I've heard the game is so hard. The fucking healing, man. Ugh. How hard's Madison? Is it like hard, or is it not too bad? And I found you. Bum bum bum. Oh, you streamed Visage as well. Wow. Fuck that. No, I finished Amnesia Rebirth on Wednesday with all the Ubisoft shenanigans going on. I decided to do the Black Flag multiplayer stuff. I respect it. That's a good idea, actually. I haven't thought about that. I actually should do that. Thank you for reminding me. I should go to Unity. I completely forgot about that. I should do that. There's a few games I want to do, too. I want to go do Far Cry as well. Far Cry 4. I'm a bit worried about that. I don't know how Unity works though. Unity's online is so cooked already as it is. I've heard some problems with it recently. I've been looking into it because I really enjoy it, so that's the problem. Yeah, Ubisoft have been making some... They fired a heap of people recently. Holy shit. The fuck was that? There's co-op missions and achievements, but you can only play all missions solo. So if you do the co-op, Chevro's the missions stay active just in case they shut servers. No, because you need to do... There's certain missions you can only do multiplayer. Funny enough. So even... You can do all multiplayer by yourself. But there's some missions you have to have... Like 3 or 4 people off the top of my head. Yeah. You need to do 10 non-lethal takedowns in co-op mission. Complete all co-op heist missions in Paris at least once. There's a few things. And the worst part is, I'm pretty sure there's like one trophy linked to their stupid, like... Their stupid Ubisoft, like, fucking... Their Ubisoft servers that are just atrocious. one of those ones, you know, you need to actually like connect to their servers. So I think the missions won't start without them. Oh man. You know, Ubisoft has like some of the worst servers I've ever seen, sadly. It's such I really like Ubisoft games, like I love Assassin's Creed. But like, my lord, they don't know how to make servers for the life of them. The amount of issues I've had is just, yeah. Even like Six Siege, holy man. I don't know if anyone played Six Siege on the PS4, but that was like that shit was so hard to deal with at times back in the day. Game just didn't want to play. I might just rush the online stuff with Black Flag and Unity then. That's probably a good idea. I'm trying to think, is there anything else? I don't think anything else really has online, does it? Well, obviously Brotherhood's gone. Two did have online, funny enough. I never got to play it though. But that doesn't have any trophies, thankfully, or achievements. Rogue doesn't, does it? I don't think Rogue has anything. I think it's just those two, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that's just those two. I'm trying to think. They haven't done online for a long time. I've always heard good things about the multiplayer as well. Ugh, we need to actually, like, destroy these guys. Ground Level 55 Black Flag takes a good while. Yeah. Is there a good boosting method for that? Thank you so much for the follow there. I really appreciate that, fam. I really do. Thank you so much. Is there a good boosting method for it? I'm not the biggest fan of boosting, to be honest, but like sometimes you just gotta, who cares, honestly, with a game that old. You gotta do it, don't you? There's not really. No, it's just play the game by yourself. Jesus, dude. How long does it take? Have you started already, too? It must be grindy as. Oh, man. That's one of those ones where you just put music on. Or like a stream, or like YouTube, and just sit there for hours. Lord help me now. Good luck to you. I should do it myself. I shouldn't say good luck to you, because I actually might do it myself, to be honest with you. But I definitely need to do the Far Cry games, I think, actually. I need to look into that. I might do the multiplayer first. I might actually, like, go and get some... I might get some trophies for them, I reckon. I was looking at Far Cry 4 today, because their multiplayer is hanging on by a thread right now. I did it earlier this year on my old account, but I wanted it on my new account, too. I'm at 20:55 to like 6 hours, but gonna take a longer level up the higher I get. Yeah, I could imagine. 6 hours isn't too bad though for that. Oh, actually, no. Fuck that, actually. That's not very quick, is it? That's an insane achievement. Do you like Black Flag, at least? Hey, Squigs. How you doing, mean? Hope you're doing well today. I'd like to be. What, Devil May Cry 4? No way. Really? Right now. for you. Not really. I do know you get 30 minutes a day of 2 XP, which is usually 2 games worth of XP. Oh, man. The pain. I love Black Flag back in the day. You got me thinking now, like, what Ubisoft games there are. Jesus. I've only beaten Black Flag once, but I had it, like, nearly on release. I heard the new Prince of Persia remake got cancelled too, which is pretty insane. That sucks, to be honest. That was sad to hear. I think a lot of people were saying it was going to be pretty shit though, so... I know, right? Only been playing since November. Two achievements left. To be fair, you've been doing really well. That game is brutal as fuck. The trial. Oh, all the Tom Clancy games too. Damn, thought about that. Well, I didn't know they made Anno. Wow, I did not know that. No, no. It's amazing they still haven't made a Division 3 yet. Actually, I always forget about that too. Honestly. The Division Watch Dogs has some online stuff too. I should into Watch Dogs. Oh my god, I'm actually about to do the Watch Dogs Platinum. Funny enough. I might buy the first game. I've got to do Legion 1 and 2. Maybe I'll do the online for all of them. That's a good point. Jesus, man. Yeah, there's a lot of games. Yeah, I gotta watch out for this then. Shit. You actually do forget how many games Ubisoft have done. Until you sit there and look. Nothing might not happen with, but they get rid of employees, cancel 6 games, and delayed 7. I just want to stay on the safe side. Well, last year they dropped a lot of online servers. I'd remember them doing it. So they are due to do it again this year, and I wouldn't be surprised if Watch Dogs goes. And a lot of the Assassin's Creed stuff as well, to be fair. So, you're honestly, like, right on the money, in my opinion. I should keep up on top of it, to be fair. I've been thinking about it for a while. But I don't trust it either, to be fair. I don't mind boosting if the game's dead, but I'll try to do anything else legit. Yeah, I agree. I'm the same. Games that old, though, you have to boost, don't you? Really? There's not much you can really do about it. I haven't had a boost for a game for a while, thankfully. You woke up with a fever? That's not good, Jessica. You make sure to look after yourself. You did 20 season last year and wouldn't have been possible without friends. Oh, yeah, the Doom games are... The Doom multiplayer trophies or achievements are just ridiculous, to be fair. Need to get Prestige 8. Holy shit, dude. I'm nervous for the Halo games, actually, coming to PlayStation. I want to do those, but they're going to be a pain. What, Purge? We love multiplayer trophies. Jessica, I love multiplayer games, actually. I like multiplayer. platinum, so I'm not gonna lie to you. But can you tell me a multiplayer game that you enjoyed playing, like a trophy, like a platinum, off the top of your head? Honestly, I know you're joking, but actually would like to know. The corners of my mind. Sackboy. Fuck off, Cheska. I hate the single player trophies more, not gonna lie. Nah. You need to go back and do the Sackboy trial again. And then think of... Nah. Oh, nah. Nah, the multiplayer is pretty fucked. Oh boy, I know that face. Multiplayer was fun because of friends. Nah, it was pretty shit. I think we just grew to hate Sackboy by the end of it, you know? That's the problem, wasn't it, really, at the end of the day? That shit was ridiculous. Probably one of the hardest platinums I've done, actually, by a mile. Yeah, it was fun! Played a Battlefield 5 as my casual end player, then I got into Frontline lobby, meaning 100% was possible, so I guess I enjoyed that, but everything else, no. Yeah, I feel that. It's hard. It's hard to find games. The last one I did Marvel Rivals, funny enough, last year, near release, and that was really fun to platinum, actually, or 100%. That was actually pretty good to do. I did Fall Guys. I like Fall Guys, though. But that was pretty brutal, I'm not going to lie to you. So, was it worth it? I don't know. They're probably the two best ones I've done. Yeah, no, that's so true. By the end, I was completely over it. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty rough. And not to London, walked away from me. Thanks for age again. What's my age again? If anyone doesn't know what we're doing, we're currently farming for magic. 5 home, there was no mom on a payphone. What is this? A dark dragon? Okay. $123. Fall Guys was my first big playthrough game with the Aussies. Fall Guys was great. I'll probably do that again next year, actually. Unfortunately, so I'm all stuffy and sneezy. Drink a beer, Cheska. You'll feel better. I promise. That's what I do. The old Aussie medicine, as you like to call it. You know. I don't need enough of age. Watch my age again. It's 9:43 a.m. So? You think I haven't drank a beer before 9 a.m. before? I'm Australian. I thought it was uppers. Oh, damn, too late, I guess. Funny enough, actually, like, caffeine's really bad for when you're sick. I do know people think that it doesn't. It's usually the opposite, actually, though. I don't drink any caffeine when I'm sick enough. It's the worst thing ever, because I'm having withdrawals from caffeine, and then I'm sick as a dog. But it gets you through in the end. I'm going to grab another beer real quick. I drank that last one a little bit quick, because it's getting really hot in my house. We'll be back in a second. Sorry, guys. It's really hot here right now. If anyone didn't see emails, message in his Discord. It's going to be 40 degrees tomorrow. Pretty much the bottom south of Australia. It's going to be pretty hot. If you don't use degrees, or Celsius, it's 106 Fahrenheit. Minimum tomorrow. I looked it up for retro before. By the way, don't buy drugs, kids, unless the doctor tells you to. Even then. Yeah, dude, ADHD medication when I'm sick is a mistake every time, but I still do it because I want to be able to focus on my Netflix. No, I don't blame you doing that at all. Oh, I meant the Aussie meds. I mean, beer does work like ups for me. I need to make a beer right back soon so I can eat and whatnot. I did 4 hours yesterday, no breaks at all. Probably what did it. Well, 4 hours streaming? You're just on just chatting? Yeah. Yeah, I am. Because I'm not really doing anything. Thank you, email. I appreciate you. It's because I'm not really doing anything. I'm walking into a wall over and over again at the moment. I'm not really doing anything important, sadly. I'm just doing really boring stuff. I have to grind the game at the end of the game. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well too, fam. Make sure to rest today, Jessica. Don't do your beer at back screen. And when you do longer streams like that, I do recommend taking a break after every 3 hours. Oh my god, the badge. Twitch! That's not what I highlighted. What the fuck, man? Well, we'll have to look. All good, fam. Three hours is a good time to take breaks, Jessica. I usually do every 5, or 4 or 5. But no drawing today, Jessica. Look after yourself. How you feeling about the long weekend purge? I completely forgot about it, Blaze. I'm going to be honest with you. Now I think about that. Completely forgot about that. What about you, fam? How you feeling? It's going to be pretty fucking hot. It's going to be fucking hot as fuck all weekend, is what it is. All over Australia. It's going to be like 30 to 40 everywhere. I'm thinking I need to stream longer sessions to get through the game. Not going to lie, 4 hours and we barely made any progress. Is that a fucking Tundra emote? Did you get gifted in there? CC, I sent some progress pics in Bailey's Discord. Not sure if I shared anywhere else. Oh, no. It's hell up here in Queensland. Yeah, it's going to be pretty... South is getting fucked, and then North gets it afterwards, which is the worst part. Because it just comes afterwards. I'm just dealing with a lot of fires at the moment, Blaze, is the problem here. There's fires everywhere where I live. It's annoying the shit out of me. Because it gets in the way. There's no fast travel, so... Why don't you... Do you want my honest advice, Jessica? I mean, you do what you want. It's up to you whether you take it or not. But I honestly think... If you're going to stream... Like... It's 4 hours, in my opinion, is a good time. I actually did 4 hours for the first 12 months of streaming. So I think 4 hours is a really good amount. But instead of doing longer games, you should actually do shorter games on stream. I know you enjoy, like, Medieval. Like, what's the fuck? Not Medieval. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. But I think you should do shorter games. Because you feel like you're achieving something in the shorter streams as well. So for instance, like you go for like a 12-hour platinum, that's 3 streams and you're done. Or like a 12-hour game or 8-hour game, and just start with something short and then work your way through. Because then you don't push yourself to do longer streams than you need to either. I know you want to grind Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but like, it's a good way to do it as well. When I know I need to like stream less, I tend to play a lot of shorter games instead. It's just the best way to do it, in my opinion. I played shorter games for the longest time ever. Like I used to do 3-hour streams, 3 or 4 hour streams, 4 nights a week, and 3 of those would be completing like a 15-hour game or like a 12-hour game, and then the other stream would be playing multiplayer like Overwatch with people. Because I was actually an Overwatch streamer when I began. Screen though, so just story and mission. Yeah, fair enough. But it's up to you, obviously. But it will make you feel like you're making more progress in the 4-hour streams. How many plats do you have? I have, on this new account, so I started this in April? May last year. And I've got 48 on this one currently. So this is my new account. I started this in May. It's a 100% account. So every game I pop on here has to be 100%ed. And every game on here has been chosen by a viewer. And then on my old account, I have 49 off the top of my head. Yeah. 48 on the old account too. I caught up to my old account. I didn't even know. Nice. On my old account, I got 48 as well. My goal is to get to 100 before the end of the year. What about you, fam? How many 100% you got? What game though? I mean, go back through your backlog, Cheska. And if you want to do platinums, what I do, and it's a pain in the ass to do, but if you have some spare time, go through your entire like game library on PlayStation, even the free games you've gotten, and look up how long the platinums are, and write them down in a list. And then I organize them in a list of how long they are. And then I start with the shortest ones, and then work my way through them. Is what I do. And even if you just want to beat the games, then do the same thing. Just search up how long to beat, and then it'll have it. And then have a list and go through it. And start with the shortest ones and make your way through it. Because it's a really good way to go through your backlog as well. And then if it's wish-listed games... But if you want like a certain amount of hours for a platinum, I can help you with that as well. I've got hundreds of games written down. You nerd? What? I've got hundreds of games written down across, and you've got Email and Swigs too, who have crazy backlogs with short games. They got games everywhere. Everywhere. 100% list is a nice going. Think I'm at 83, but oh, nice. So games for unobtainable achievements, knowing I couldn't finish the game for some reason. Oh, it's so hard to do. I started Skate 3 this year, and the moment I started it, the servers came back online, I think a month before I started it, and one trophy is glitched. And so I can't achieve 100% right now. And all it is just literally meeting another person on online in Skate 3, and it just doesn't pop, it's glitched. So I can't get the trophy because EA refused to fix it. And it makes me want to lose my mind because it's the only trophy on my entire list that is unobtainable. And it's the worst thing ever. And it's I hate it, man. Because even sometimes you forget about it, you know? I'll have a look on my backlog. It'll be a dark pictures. Yeah, I mean, that's good. They're not too long. I recommend just doing that, Cheska, personally. Obviously, again, it's up to you. But, you know, it's hard doing longer games on stream. That's why majority of people don't play longer games. But, like, to warm up to even stream, because, like, it's really hard to stream long hours. Like, I'm an idiot doing it personally. Like, I'm an idiot how much I stream personally. I think that. Like, I'm a psychopath. So... most people can't stream even close to as long as I can. But I don't know why I can. But in my opinion, it's good to work your way up. So you go 3 hours to start or 4 hours. Even 3 or 4 hours. And then work your way up. And like build it in. Because you'll get burnt out. And being burnt out streaming is exhausting as hell. You get so exhausted. Like streaming if you're not careful. Like I don't stream when I work really anymore. Because it's just like I'm so tired. But then again, that's mainly because I do a 12-hour stream, and I'm a dumbass. I'm at 213 Steam. Oh, nice. I played a PS4 previously and hooked my PSN account for PS Sports on Steam. Staying on 15 plats. Nice. 12 plats. Oh, hell yeah, fam. Like auto pops. Nice. I do like how they've got the integration system at the moment. They've even got it for Fortnite and stuff like that too, which is pretty crazy because that's such a rare platinum. What's like your proudest platinum, Intel? Or like 100%, I should say. Sorry. To me tonight, is I scared to belong there? Shit. Minx's stream died again. I can stream 12 plus hours easy, but that's because I'm a fucking stupidly autistic. I feel like we're just a bit built different, to be fair, Blaze. I know people that can't stream past like 4 hours and they pass out on stream. Or Crash 4? That's really impressive, actually. That's extremely impressive. I'll give you that. Most people who've done that actually cheat that too. That's well done, actually. That's impressive. Some people can't, like... Oh my god, actually. The other day... Right, I'll pause this, actually. Rikoi was watching this YouTuber. I don't know what game they were playing. She was watching this YouTuber. And, he was just like... And he was like, he's doing like 100% completion for this YouTube video. He's like, I'm doing 100% completion. And he's like playing it. He's like, oh, this is the hardest achievement in the game. The hardest achievement in the game. And I just don't know why they included it. It's so impossible. It's so stupid. But you have to play the game for 4 hours continuously. And I was like, what? I was like, you know, like I could leave it AFK. Like I could leave my controller AFK on the PlayStation, and you know, maybe the trophy pops, but it could glitch, and then maybe my console turns off. And this guy is doing 100%. It was like, I don't know what game, I can't remember what game it was, and I was like, he was just being over dramatic, I think. But I was like, how the fuck can't you play a game for more than 4 hours? One, if you make content on YouTube, and two, if you're an achievement hunter, because you don't achievement hunt any game unless you play a stupid amount of gaming. Let's be real. It's hard. What? I know, that's what I was like. When I heard it, I was like, what? You can cheat Crash 4. Could have saved my controller. People auto-pop it, actually, Intel. Like, a lot of people auto-pop it. Like, will load a save that's not theirs. Or, yeah. Or, like, we'll load a save that's not theirs and stuff. Like, heaps of people do it. So, like, I think it's over half... I think over half the people who've actually achieved it have cheated it, apparently. On PC and on PlayStation. PlayStation's really bad, apparently. For it. No, Cheska. I know you can play for longer than 4 hours. Streaming's different. Again, streaming is different. Streaming is way exhausting. But if you do YouTube for a job, there's no fucking way in hell you can't do 4 hours of gameplay. Is it easy? Was losing my voice, lol, but I also had 3 hours of meetings beforehand. No. Streaming at the start is not easy. People actually like people don't understand how hard streaming actually is majority of the time, in my opinion. It's not like the hardest thing in the world for a job, but like it's not easy at the same time. It's just so cute. Oh my god, bro. I never used to wear glasses actually, Cheska. I've said this a few times now. I only started wearing glasses the past year. So like a lot of my older clips will actually will be without glasses. I've got like this rare condition where my pupils are oval shaped, so I can't see anything properly, no matter what, and it can't be fixed. So and I can't get lenses either. What is it called? Like contact lenses, because of it, because it's like a rare condition. It's a pain in the ass, but I finally admitted defeat. If you want a hard thing to do, FF10 lightning dodge minigame, though that shit is terrible. I mean, actually, like, no, out of all the challenges, I'm not gonna lie, Blaze, it was the most successful. That shit was... Final Fantasy X was painful as hell. I'll never, like, deny anyone that. I don't know many people who've actually done the game. My eyes are getting blurry, which is scary. You reckon you need glasses? You could just need concentration glasses, though, Cheska, as well. Which aren't too bad. You just wear them when you're working. Or playing games. 4 hours continuous is super easy. Lol, if you go for 100%, you can just fully play for 3 hours 30, then let it run an extra 30 minutes. Yeah, I don't know. If you're, like... If you're a YouTuber, you should know how to... Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm glad you're home safe, Squigs. FF10 is evil. It is. Agreed on smaller streams, but play what you like. Some people can do long games. I've met Solus since streaming Horizon. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Smaller games are like better for the smaller things, and as Squigs said, but play what you want as well. I'm not trying to influence what you play. So if you want to play the longer games, I recommend playing the longer games, but just play what you want to play. That's the main thing. Don't ever let someone tell you what to play. Always play what you want to play. It's because you enjoy stream more, in my opinion. Oh, shit. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I shouldn't be too much longer before I start playing the game again. I just need to do more leveling. Been a while. I tend to do 9 or 10 out of 10 difficulty games, so Crash 4 is my only one, but I wanted to start doing 1 or 9 or 10 diff a year, choosing between Wolfenstein or Hollow Knight this year. I agree. That's what I did Fall Guys last year, which is considered a 10, because that game is bullshit with the RNG. I watched my friend Rye. The biggest thing about Hollow Knight is you can cheat the ending. But Hollow Knight is absolute pure hell. I watched my friend Rye do it. And had like a hell of a time. With the game. So. But it is a good game. So. Bum, 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 bum. Wolfenstein 2 is very prestigious, though. People always play down Wolfenstein 2, but it's always the people that actually haven't done the Platinum or the 100%, in my opinion. Exactly, Purge. I also don't stream for anyone. If anyone requests, they ignore it on the spot. Yeah. It's hard to do, though, especially when you start, in my opinion. I mean, I still let people choose what I play, really. It just costs channel points. I'm currently going for the Time Changer plat because I'm insane as well. Chasing the FF14 in GB4. Nice, because I'm insane. We're all insane, Blaze. It's just how it goes. You gotta enjoy it, though. That's the point. Might not be 9 or 10 because of the glitch that makes you invincible in Pantheon 5 myself, but as stream players are going to still solve, I don't know, Death or Death 3 restarts. Yeah, if you use the glitch, it's probably a 7, but if it's not, it's definitely a 10. 100%. But I think the biggest thing is with the game, for me, if I did it, I would definitely have the temptation after losing my shit for 30 hours trying to beat the fucking thing. 100%. I haven't built mine off people getting a choice, to be honest. I stream what I want when I want. Exactly. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the way to be. Same. Yeah, I think that would be the only thing, you know. There's not many 10 out of 10s or 9 out of 10s around, to be fair, either. Not as many as you would think, I reckon. But there's still a few around. Decide they don't want to be streamed. Yeah. There's a few games that are banned on my channel, to be fair. I have some in my library. Once they're done, I'm not buying more. It's good to get through your backlog. One of my mods online, brother, is actually almost as a Sonic Racing car. Oh, nice! I've heard this Sonic Cross Worlds is really fun to do. I need to do them. Fallout 3 is banned because it's a bastard to get working. I respect it. I wonder if they dropped the remaster or the remake. Then the nurse in check. They in fact did not. Thankfully it's doable offline, but the festivals give you so many tickets, it's a good time to do it. Yeah. Very fun game. I might do it at some point. We're getting some pottery game, but Forza H6 looks epic and so does Fable. Yeah, Fable getting the release set's pretty wild. It's crazy they released like Xbox gets it exclusively, and then like a few hours later it was like, and then PlayStation gets it 6 months later. Quantum when you modding. Next Forza will be good too. When do you stream? Cheska streams at probably the worst time possible, I'm not gonna lie. Cheska streams at 5 AM, Quantum. 4 AM, I think, actually, off the top of my head. In all seriousness. It's like 4 AM to like 11 AM for us. It's around that spot. I think Cheska streamed from like 4 to 8 for me today. But I don't know. I caught it the other day because I was up drinking till like 6 in the morning by accident. I didn't realize what time it was. Making money. I've got the time difference. Yeah. Most people, like B as well, at times, will stream perfectly at like the time when we're all asleep. That's the problem. Like, I'm up like 18 to 19 hours a day. And most people actually stream in the 5 to 6 hours that I sleep. Like Darkrai does as well. Like I usually get up when Darkrai is done streaming, and then Barely as well has just ended stream as well generally as soon as I've woken up. And Cheska's the same, so right in that money spot. But we end up lurking majority of the time too anyway, Cheska, because I was lurking this morning. Whoever raided you, did someone raid you? Can't remember. But I still have a lot of viewers. No, we don't gloat around here. We don't gloat, Cheska. It was, yeah, I thought so. Whoever raided into Will raided you, so I ended up lurking anyway. Morning shift is done. Yep, Darkrai 2, I see most yells notice us wake up at work. Yeah, most people, Quantum, most people tend to stream around when we're asleep. It's annoying. There's nothing we can do about it, though. Again, I don't sleep very often. I sleep like 5 hours a day. So... but it's just when I'm there. Alrighty, I'll be on lurk. Gonna start up some Black Flag. All good intel. Enjoy, fam. Hopefully the grind goes fast to you. And I appreciate the lurk, and I really appreciate the follow, fam. It's been really good chatting as well. I appreciate ya. My chat was popping. Who's popping? For years and years and years. Sounds like a nice person. Yeah, don't change that for us. That sounds sarcastic. It's not my attention. Changing the time? Nah. I don't ask people to change their time or anything. Of course. It's just how it is. In and out chatting, but need to be as fast as possible if there's other thing. Yeah, I agree. Good luck to you. Get in there. It is what it is. I hate that saying. It's because B says it so much. I'm trying to hook B, but B isn't listening, so... busy at work. And now... Nah, during the week I can't do anything before work, and I finish at 5 PM every day. Yeah, I don't think we'll ever really see, sadly. So the best way to know, Cheska, is 6 PM is about 3 AM for us. This is the best way to know. We're around 10 hours behind you, generally. Depending on, like, daylight savings. Sorry, 10 hours ahead of you, I guess, aren't we? Nah, because I had co-workers who said when it was utter bullshit that they change it whenever. Unless I get holidays off that at a time, or I'm being a sleep bug and I'm not sleeping. We're behind. We're ahead, sorry. Yeah. There's only 2 countries ahead of us. And that's New Zealand, and I can't remember. Is it Samoa? I think it's... Never eat. It's Western Samoa is ahead of us. It's only New Zealand and Western Samoa that are ahead of us in time. It's pretty crazy, but you can travel 24 hours in time from east to West Samoa. They're right on the border. Straight through the middle. Got no fucking clue why. Because Samoa's not even a very big, like, country. Like, as in, like, the land mass isn't very big, but they were just like, we ain't gonna adjust the time zone for you. But most people don't know that because, well, you know. No one really talks about Samoa very much. Try to keep a list of all your time zones. I would love like a wall clock that has like multiple times on it, but it's really hard to get one. expensive, just impossible with this day and age. Sadly. I think 400k would be enough. Maybe a 450k, I reckon. To be along is get to be happier. This be along and yeah.
Where is it? I will not ask again, child.
It's there, Spicy. How you doing, fam? Man, I lost a little bit of weight the past week, I think. Then fine to tell you how I feel. How you doing today, fam? You bussin'? What horror game are you playing? Ah, I can't get onto the servers? Oh, that's not a good way. That's not a good thing at all. Goddamn. No way. What horror game? Isn't the game you're playing right now? What game are you playing right now, Spicy? What's the Fear and Hunger game? That looks fucking... It's like a creepy ass moon on it. Not broken. Not broken. Oh, it's just Ubisoft? Okay. The app is absolutely atrocious sometimes with that. So glad I don't play Siege anymore. It's a turn-based game, extremely hard. Interesting. This is a game that was on your backlog, was it? How you doing today, Spicy? Dude, this game looks terrifying, Spicy. Looking at it right now, it looks fucking creepy as. Now I'm chilling for a bit, fair enough. Did you end up putting a throne up, by the way, for your PlayStation? Oh, bombing bed. Stay on, stay on, stay on. It's not scary, it does nothing explic though. It looks terrifying, dude. People really don't get what I mean when I say scary sometimes, I swear to God. I can try. It's up to you. I was just wondering. Are you going to stream this weekend, by the way? Oh, my neck's killing me. Sorry, guys. Had a long ass day driving today. There's not much people are going to clip in since my community's not that large. What do you mean? Just like there's not that many people. Oh, going to chip in? I'm going to chip in. 100%. Even like, you know. How much is a PS5 in USD in your country? I would love to say what like how much is it in your currency? I can look it up. I can look up how much it'll cost me. I won't put it all. I can't afford to pay the entire thing for you. I'm going to be honest. I wish I could. How much is it for like a brand new one? We might as well go for a new one, right? If we're gonna do this instead of like a secondhand one. Time, stay on, stay on, stay on. I was going to ask if I could probably put half the price in. I'm honestly fine with the second half, important as I get started. Yeah. So what I was going to say, so like, there's this one here, so I'll just show you guys. Again, I don't want anyone to gift to my phone or anything like that. Don't be silly. But right here, you can actually add in a gift card. Look. And you can put a price in. So I was going to say, if you'd like, what you could do, because you can make these crowd gifting as well. And I don't know how much it'll actually be again for you. But we'll say, like, for me, it's, I think, 600 AUD for a PS5. So you could just do 150, which is a quarter, and crowdfund it. And then multiple people can put in for just, like, a quarter of it. Or you could just put at least half of the price in the cash gift for the console. So we'll say it's 300 AUD. And then 339 is for a good condition secondhand. Is that USD, is it? 339. Yeah, cool. So like 500 AUD. Yeah, so you could just put half the price of that in AUD. So it'll actually generally like tell you what currency you want it into. Like it'll actually like say. And you just put the price in. So just put half of that in if you'd like to. Or you could just split it up too. Is the big one. Like, you could just split it up if you'd like to. Into, like, 4 segments. And make it really cheap. It's up to you. Yeah. Like, quarters. Yeah, you could, like, make them. So, like, you could literally make them gift pricing. And have them, like, crowdfunded. And make them goals. So, like, yeah. Because, basically, when you, like, pull the money out, I think the minimum's 40 USD, so you'll be doing that easy. But then you don't have to worry about paying for the full price, and then there'll be a certain amount for you to pull out as well, if you'd like. That makes sense, yeah. Didn't think about that. No, it's again, this is a better system than it looks. I don't promote this because I don't like people gifting me stuff. That's why I don't talk about it very often. And Minx is the same. Minx feels really bad when talking about it. That's why Minx doesn't bring it up very often. That's all there is to it. But it's a very, very good way. A very, very good way to upgrade like your setup, in my opinion. Like an extremely good way to upgrade it. Like you could literally just do $100 gift cards. Price, honestly. Yeah, so like, well, it's up to you. Like, what was it? $448. I can pay the other half. Who is he? Just Minx talking. Like, what was it 339? So you could literally just say like, what is it, 160? We just say like 160 USD, and you could literally just do 260 USD like payments if you'd like on it for Throne, and just crowdfund it, so anyone can add whatever they want into it, just to get you there. It's up to you, of course. I think it's a good way to do it, personally. But it's up to you, again. I'm going to try it out. Yeah, I think it's a good idea to do it. They're pretty simple to do. The only thing is that, like, with pulling the money out, you do have to use, like, your... you have to verify your account, so just make sure to do that as well before you do it. That's the only thing. Because I had so many issues where I didn't verify my account, and, like... It was so angry at me. It, like, didn't let me, like, do anything for ages. Damn. Yeah. Just see how you go. Let me know how you go as well. I'm, you know, like I said, I'm happy to throw in some coin for it. Doesn't worry me. Not because, like... I do want you to trophy hunt, but the main reason is I would love to just be able to support you and help you out as well, because I know how annoying it is. It's expensive being a streamer, and it's expensive being a gamer in this day and age. I'll throw some grosh in. Some grosh in. Just see how you go, man. Just let me know. Even just having it sitting there, you know. The only thing is, a few people have bought me stuff so far, but, like, Amazon's been so slow in Australia. There's a heap of stuff that hasn't come yet, and it's been really infuriating. I'm sick of it. There's a game behind me, actually. This one here. Minx bought me this game, actually. This one here. I'm just trying to see if my name's on it. No, it's not. It says Purge Mist on it. See? And Minx actually bought this on my wish list, funny enough. On Throne. What's that game? I'm not telling you. You gotta wait for the box opening, dude. That's the point. That's the fun of it. People can actually buy you random stuff too. Like, people can actually buy me random stuff as well, if they'd like. Teasing us like that. Well, you gotta watch the, you gotta watch the stream of the YouTube video, guys. Come on, come on. Who do you think you are? That's the whole point now, you know. Yeah, sorry guys, just checking something. But yeah, it's a good idea in that factor, like, especially, like, I'm trying to, like, make it into, like, a thing, so, like, if people, like, end up buying me stuff on Throne, I'm going to be opening it on my, like, on my box openings to, like, show stuff. I don't expect anyone to. I'm going to be buying majority of the games that will be on my box openings, but the idea is that just, you know, it's just fun, basically. Okay, I think we're nearly powerful enough, so I'm going to go to the toilet, and then we're going to go and start doing this level properly. I'll be back in a second. Boom.
Where are you?
Where are you? We might actually finish this area with the music on, because not much is going to happen here, I don't think. I'm afraid. I got some caramel popcorn. Didn't feel high. Hey, Quantum went live. I want you from the farthest. Turns out on the star. On the wall alone. Again. Alright, let's get this started. You grinding right now? Yeah, so I ran out of magic, basically. Yeah, I ran out of magic, basically, Spicy. Which is a pain in the ass. So yeah, magic's your currency, so I had to buy some key items with my magic. So I had to grind for an hour. Actually, an hour and a half. Which was really fucking annoying. This game is so grindy, it's not funny. Really grindy? It's very grindy, yeah. Honestly, it might be one of the more grindy games I've played for a very long time. For what it is, it's very strange. Very, very strange, indeed. Hang on. Nah. I was like, voice acting? What am I doing? Why can't I go through with the things when it matters the most? No, I won't let fear stop me. No! Today's the day. I'll gather up the courage to confess my feelings. W Riz. Oh, we're... Okay. We're back to the game. Alright. Go right until we see a hole. Enter it. And then go right, 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 right. But yeah, it's grindy as fuck, this game. Are you enjoying Fear and Hunger 2, by the way, Spicy? Is it good? It actually seems right up your alley, to be fair. Yay, you. Keep me on edge, honestly. Resource management is hard as fuck. It sounds like a game that would have that. I'm surprised you're not familiar with the series. No, I'm afraid not. I feel like I've heard of it maybe once. But that's about it. To be honest. To be honest with you, I don't have a lot of knowledge on games. I try really hard to learn a lot of stuff. I watch a shitload of YouTube to try and figure out like what's going on with everything. I try really hard to keep up to date with everything. But I'm not very good at it. To be honest with you, I try really hard though. But like my experience with games and stuff is very low, so I'm trying to like learn as much as I can. During your birthday, you trolled me by letting me die? Holy shit. Really? When's your birthday again, Spicy? I don't have it on my new phone yet. I'm looking now when I can't see it. Send it on Discord, thank you. I did have it written down as well on my old phone, but my old phone died. Sadly. I had so many birthdays in there. There's only a few birthdays I can remember from stream. I even like missed Sarah's birthday by a little bit this year, which was shattering. You're heading to Japan? Fuck yeah, dude. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, this caramel popcorn's going hard. I ain't gonna lie right now. That sounds so good, though. I'm so jealous, Spicy. It's amazing because I feel like just last year you were like saying to Minx, fuck you for going to Japan and you not being able to go. So I'm so glad you're able to go. I'd love to go. My mum went without me last year, which like was a bit shattering, but what are you going to do, you know? Thank you. I thought it was around there, because I remember it last year. Because it was one of the first streams I was able to see you stream on. When we met each other. I remember it very clearly. I raided into you. Cool. Well, I think it was a lot more cheaper than I thought. That's good. Yeah, it's actually pretty cheap to go to Japan at the moment, funny enough. They, like, opened everything up because their tourism died over COVID. Stream got cut off. Can you say that again? I was just saying, like, about one of the first times you streamed that I can remember was your birthday. After we just met. That's why I remembered your birthday. I thought it was around then. Go down. I was playing SG30 back then. Yeah, it was something like that. I was playing FF10 still. Yeah, it was around that time. I was playing something super grindy at the time, I think. Hang on, let me have a look. It might have been Live Alive. No, it was Nier. It was fucking Nier Replicant. That's what it was. Yeah, it was Nier Replicant. That's what I was raging on it. That was when I was streaming so much. That game, like, killed me. I still finished that in, like, a month. That game was so fucking painful, dude. I had the worst RNG. So many people have finished that quicker than I have. So many people. I'll never forgive the RNG on that game. I don't know if I'll ever do it again, to be honest. I've said about doing the PS3 version, but honestly, I don't know if it's worth it, honestly. I think I'd rather die. Race of bullshit single-player game. It's actually just a shit annoying game. I can't believe you've done it like twice as well. I think that sums up the game, though, because, like, you said to me, like, you've done the game twice, and you can't even remember playing it properly. And that's why I was like, the game is very good, but, like, the grind is so dead shit boring. It's just not fun at all. It's not even close to fun at any point. Very good games, though. Exit the room and go left. Ignore the hole and go left. It's a beautiful game. It is a beautiful game. I agree. The RNG is terrible, though. Yeah, that was mainly when you started watching me properly, Spice. I was, like, raging my shit off. So hard. Alright, go to you. Exit the room and return back to the right. Both games are very good, though. I highly regard both of them. Wait, exit the room and return back right. The path to the left makes you turn around. Go right until you arrive. Oh my god. Okay. Hang on. Will you take it all away? Do you think Automata is much more easier? The game overall is harder in Auto. What? What is this thing? It is a rare one. What the fuck is this, though? There was no word about this. I think Automata overall is a harder game. Personally. So the boss fights and the fighting in general, Automata is way, way harder, in my opinion. And some of the trophies are a bastard in Automata. But the grinding and the RNG for Replicant is way harder. just about equal terms of trophy hunting then. I think definitely. I think the first game takes more skill. Personally. Sorry, the second game takes more skill, and the first game takes more luck. In my opinion. For what series? Nier. I could have beaten Nier Replicant with my eyes closed. But the grind is bullshit. I haven't played those. Don't do Replicant. One of the worst grinds I've ever done, easily. Like, hands down. Without a shadow of a doubt. Go just Stolt. Noted. Yeah, full on. I had really bad RNG, so the game cost me an extra 60 hours. Like, I'm not even taking the piss. Dude, this guy is so fucking strong. Jesus Christ, dude. Brother's, like, got so much health. These drop rates in MMO, if you ask me. For real, though. But enemies would definitely spawn faster. That's, like, the worst part. And there's no real items to increase drop rate. There was, like, there were ones, but they would trick you. Oh, my fucking god, dude. This is so annoying. Time in the reward. I don't die. The power of Flan. Oh. You know what's crazy? Right? The craziest thing about that is that enemy just then, right, could have spawned anywhere in this dungeon. So when I was walking in the fucking room next to that goddess statue, I would have had to do that anyway. Because of how rare that enemy was. How stupid is that? So that enemy took 2 hours to find. This game's been a fucking nightmare, bro. It's been a fucking nightmare, like, in all seriousness. No, it doesn't. And it gives you no, like, extra XP. It's so stupid, dude. It's so infuriating. There's no spots where they spawn faster either. It's just all luck. It's so stupid. I'm so, like... I like this game, but holy shit, dude. It's so stupid, some of these. The RNG in this game is so bullshit. I got mini. I need a mini dark. I got a mini dark. I got 2 dragons as well. I got a dark dragon and a white dragon. I got a 9-tail. Nine-tail? And then Ice Dragon. But nah, this game's been a nightmare. I'm not even surprised that people actually like have given up on this game at this point. It's actually like impressive how many people have done it. With like no information on the game at all. Got Mampluff. There he is. Give me a second, guys. I'm just gonna grab some. Sorry, guys. Rokoi wanted some water. Alright. That's all the enemies in this area, guys. How's Rokoi? She's dying! Nah, she's alright. She's okay. I need to delete that, that command today now. I've increased the channel point redeems today. Shit, I was actually not supposed to mention that. I increased the prices of them all today. What? How the fuck? Okay. But she's okay, yeah. She's just, I got some popcorn for her as well, and I think it just would have dried her throat out a little bit. And she had a few drinks. So they, yeah. Aren't they removing the PS rating because it's in the PS, so I haven't heard any updates about that. We don't get it spicy. Again. Thought Rokoi was sick or something. Nah, I'm sick. I'm the one that's really sick. Alright. Yeah, we don't get it spicy. So America get it. And Japan get it. And we don't get it. I'm fucking sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it, dude. So, like, they are moving it there, but we can't do anything. Because we can't stream any of the freaking games, so it's a waste of time for us. So that's why I put that up, basically. If we didn't, if I tell you what, if I could stream it, I wouldn't worry about it. What's this? What's this? A vehicle, I believe. The ancients use this. They probably rods it to the castle. Really? I wonder if it still works. I will save real quick here, actually. Done. Go left here. Cutscene, so maybe not for now. Go left. Oh. Get the chance to heal, then interact with the train to progress the story and pull the lever. Go to the right until you get a cutscene and beat the Nazis. Seems stable again, so re-lurking. Appreciate it. Good luck, Minx. Alright, this could be the driver's seat. Sorry, guys. Really looks different than the Tucolio's, doesn't it? Baby. Look, Kuluru, there's a lever here. Should we try pulling it? Maybe not. My, how careful you are. That's not like you at all, Kuluru. Alright, we'll touch the heels real quick. Then interact with the lever. Okay. Let's do it. Understood. That sounds too good to be true. Alright. Pull the lever and go right until you get a cutscene and beat the Nazis. And then go right until you get a cutscene, apparently. Oh yeah, okay. Not bad, Meow. Just a bit old, but that makes it better, Meow. Where'd you guys come from? Meow? Enemies spotted. Take them out, Meow. There's no coming now. Baby. To me now. Alright. To get a cutscene, you'll have to fight Lun Lun. Okay. They really just show up wherever, huh? This isn't good. Take a look outside the window. Looks like we got company. Gotta get Imagine Free to get back. Let's check. Alright. Meow. Meow. Just a baby. Wow. You know my favorite part about, like, cats? They don't sound like they say meow. They sound like they sound like meow. Wow. Starts with like a W, in my opinion. Hurry up and get rid of the intruders. Got it. Meow. I guess it's like maybe a silent M, to be fair. Never thought about that before. Meow, Lady Nun. Our enemies just show up, meow. Guess I got lucky. I didn't have to go looking for you. My Chibi has a cat mode too. Cheeky. Like just cat ears, or... I want you to get in the way of my match with Gao. Scram! Bring it on, mofo. You're going down! A hissing mode, rather? Infinite Shadow Kiss. Goddamn, what an enemy. Holy shit, bro. Chiba! Ding, ding. No, you said to will die. I'm making one of my making my emates and all, and I've already hit affiliate Lamau. Nice. To new time. To new time. I have an average of 6 viewers per stream, but I don't know why it's only picking up one. What do you mean? But I need to do 2 more streams. Minimum of 3 averages on 4 different days. It says 1 out of 4, but should be 2 out of 4. Have you streamed twice this month? On average, it takes 3 days for Twitch's stats update. I don't know if Twitch changed that, but if you have friends lurking, they can't have the stream muted, but I'm also not sure if you need to message in chat every 15 minutes now, too. They changed it again recently. So, from December to September, you basically had to be clicked into the chat. You didn't have to type in chat. You just had to be clicked into it. So, like, when it's, like, doing the blinking, you know what I mean? Before you chat. But now, right now, even if you have the stream muted, it works, apparently. The left. Apparently. Depends on the browser, too, apparently. It's all different browsers and all that crap. According to my stream analytics, my last 2 streams were averaging 6. Ah, okay, maybe yesterday's one hasn't been picked up yet. When was the stream before that? And probably not. Twitch statistics are so fucking slow, it's not even funny. This is my heart. I just blew it up 3 times in one match. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, bro. Breathe. Do no love, but oh well. Svarx, how's it going, fam? Sorry, dude. I was looking at like guide real quick. How you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Yesterday, 17th, last week. Yeah, it wouldn't updated. It just wouldn't updated today's. It goes off Canadian time as well. Midnight every night. But I think that's up to gone right now. Oh, nice. You heard of the world's first cutting-edge technology? No, I haven't. What you got? This is the part where I'm down, and I haunt them. I can't breathe. Still no love. Oh well. The knife. Fucking hell! I knew the answer, but I was like, I still want to hear it. I hope you're doing well today, fam. What have you been up to? Yeah. Nice. I'm tempted to complete the whole Metal Slug franchise except the gacha spin-offs. Like, are you gonna 100% it or are you just gonna play it? Metal Slug is really fun. I played it for the first time last year and had a great time. Hey Jacob. 100% it. Are they pretty brutal to do? How are they? Well. I'm surprised you're not too bad. But this isn't nearly enough to. Gow! Ow. We're the Marjorie family! In the flesh, meow. You came, gal. I've been waiting for you. Let's compete to see who can be in the Shadow Beauty first. I want to see that. I'm finally stronger than you. What? Stronger than me? Ha ha ha, that's a first. I accept your challenge. That loser has to listen to anything the winner says. That good with you? Yeah, I'll do anything you want if you manage to win. You promise, okay? I'm terrified of Metal Slug 3D. I've heard it's pretty brutal. Alright, I ain't losing. What are they even doing? Not good days on time. Not until who we are. Just weird, man. It tries to feel like Mega Man Legends. Damn. Oh, the popcorn went flying. Perfect day. I played the first two with my friend Madden last year. And that's it, really. Hey, what's the matter? You okay? Ugh. The super machine made my head start spinning. Machines, numbers, stuff like that isn't my style. I won't be able to catch up to Landland at this rate. Guess I've got it to choice. I'll have to push it myself. Damn it! Having to look at machine for something along mess with my body or something. Let's go! You shouldn't push yourself like that. She's right. Your willpower is amazing, but at your condition, got some willpower won't come be a very problem. Heh. I know that much. But it's for my dream. Your dream? Yep, my dream's to become the strongest than anyone else. I'm going to lose the match with Lenlan. My dream's the only thing I won't compromise on. Everyone will go through the hard and more painful times. Even I can get scared, I have nightmares about losing. But that's when you need to grit your teeth, smile, and keep moving forward. One step at a time, and your dream will come true. That's why the thing that gives me the most courage is my willpower. Pizza pie, that's amore. Hey, Rocky. I did not get a haircut, no. Hair's still long, dude. It's still long as fuck. It's just pushed out of my way. I haven't had the time to get a haircut still. I've been too ill on my days off when I could have got one the other day. Been way too ill. My hair will look completely different when I get a haircut. Like, you'll know straight away. It will look nothing like this when it's done. It'll be so short, I won't even look like the same person, probably. And I'll be blonde as fuck. Because my hair's brown when it's long, and then it's blonde when it's fucking short. Jesus. Drop my beer. Though the Brutal Metal Slug is 3, 4, and 5, and 7 if you have DS, or XX if you have PSP. Interesting. 6 is more easy than Metal Slug 3. Nice. What are you going to play it on? Made it seem short. Boulderino. No. I just cut it really short. I cut over, like, when I get a haircut, I get over half my haircut cut off. Probably more. It's like 3/4 usually, with scissors. I used to shave my head when I was younger, but I got too many moles on my head from doing that, like an idiot. When you get the haircut, better save some gals for the rest of us. You need to fiercely go for your dream. People tend to like me with longer hair, funny enough. I'm not quite sure why. I like myself with shorter hair. I just haven't had time to get a haircut in like 6 months. That's the problem. I've been really busy. But Gal's right, the result isn't what is important to us. Chasing our dream is. Still, I didn't think I'd ever learn this from her of all people. Well, there's a way to catch up in Landland, though I don't know if you'll win. What is it? If we detach the other cars and should go fast and furious at least. Yeah, that's a good idea. We're going to pick up the Nyenkos in the back before we do. That's so. There's 10 total. Let's hurry up and find them. Gals join the party. Good morning, Leaf. How'd you sleep, fam? You slept longer than an hour. For Metal Slug, I play on Virtual Console in Retro FP Shaverse and Retro Achievements. Nice. Fair enough. Yeah, it's like a fucking sad songs over and over again. What the fuck's going on? Damn, played 2 Kingdom Hearts songs back to back. That's wild. It's freezing outside, -20. Nice. Sounds good. Alright, find 10 Nyenkos. Yeah, but not Boulderino, Rocky. I get my hair cut with like scissors, and I take about 3/4 of my hair off usually. I think you would have only seen with my haircut maybe... No, I don't reckon you would have seen with my haircut actually, Rocky. If I'm going to be honest with you. The last time I got my haircut was when my brother-in-law died. And I wasn't streaming during that time. Nothing about it properly. What? Where the fuck are the cats? Oh my god, dude. This is so stupid. This is actually RNG. Hey, Shanae. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the lurk, family. I hope you're doing well today. Thank you for the lurk as well, Leaf. Just going to conduct you. Hey! Leaf! Wait, no, that was yesterday. Don't worry about it. Enjoy, fam. I thought you had a migraine still. I don't believe we found cats just yet, Kududu. Yeah, I know we haven't. My god, just won't let me go down the hole. Alright, we got it one. God, this is going to be RNG and praying we see it. There's 2. 3. No! Four. Oh, I see it. I don't know. There's 5. There it is. Gotcha. That's 6. 7. 8. These are harder to spot than you would think. 9. 10. Sorry guys, I'm just reading Quantum's chat and it's fucking it's fucking wild over there, bro. Right. Sorry, let's continue on. Alright, looks like we found all 10. Got it. Let's cut it loose. Rah! We should be able to catch up now. Let's head up on top and we can catch up. It'll be time to fight. Let's destroy them! Bring 'em, bah! Careful, looks like they're waiting for us. Interesting. They'll ask them to send a welcome committee. Uh. I fought this motherfucker like 10 times. Here we go. Oh, here I... What was that about? I fought Berg like 10 fucking times in this game, dude. So you've come, Gao. Sure have, Lun Lun. How about you show me the proof you're stronger than me? It's not words that express feelings, it's a clash of bodies and souls. Time for Gao to receive my feelings. Let's do this, here I come! Yeah! Ba-dum, bum, ba-da-da-dum. Da 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 dum. Oh yeah. Sorry, guys. Everyone and their dog decided to fucking stream at the same time today. Jesus Christ, dude. It's like 6 people fucking streaming, so I'm just catching up on everybody's chats. Currently. Watching people ramble. I'm a bit like that sometimes. God, there's a lot of old songs playing today, actually, which is a bit strange. Ah, sorry. There's on the dog that protect off the club. Don't say my name, cause bear it out. Nice. She's dead. Looks like you still need to train more, Lun Lun. I lost. My feelings don't reach her. I feel like a little sorry for her. Yeah, maybe it isn't enough to change at your dreams. This is bad, Meow. The brakes aren't working, and we're almost at the end. My, that certainly is bad. Please go down there, Meow. What? Back to the dog. Back to the... Say, pull the level. Won't move, Meow. Feel life flow into me. We'll heal up real quick. Actually, we'll save too. Picked up the club. Alright, no, never mind. We won't. Destroy it, Jello! Destroy it! No good, it won't even budge. I don't want to hear that. You gotta shout something inspiring like willpower! Here I go. Willpower! She's not even moving it. Whoa! You're the best, Meow. The strongest in the world. It's too late to celebrate. He's right. We're not out of danger. The speed has only dropped a bit. Do your best, Meow. Leave it to me. Willpower! No good, Meow. Don't crazy high. Lady Lun Lun, you're injured, Meow. You can't do that in your condition. Ah! Cheer them on! Do your best! Willpower! We've got to be a signer. And signer. Let's go! Both of our feelings aligned as one! I'm running away from nothing. I don't know. Master Gao. Lady Lun Lun. Looks like we did it. I can't move an inch or stand up. Lun Lun. I think I will confess to Coachello when I find that last piece after all. Jesus, bro. Huh? It's just seeing these two of them gave me some courage. Giving you all for love of dreams seems nice. That it does. Good luck, Kururu. What happened was working. You're right, fam. Nothing really happened, if I'm going to be honest. It's just, I don't know. More enemies in this area. Life then, times right now. We have the mermaid. We have the white dragon. We have the ice dragon. We have the nine-tail again. The Mamfluff. And the T-Rex. So we have the T-Rex, if I remember correctly. We fought the T-Rex already, I'm pretty sure. So we've got the white dragon. We've got the ice dragon. We've got the nine-tail. And we've got the Mamfluff. And the mermaid we did earlier, I think. We've done the mermaid. And the T-Rex was a normal enemy, I think. But, you know, if it pops up, it pops up. Exit the station, go to the upper left. I wanted to wait from nothing. Oh my god, I picked it. Well, this is the T-Rex. How strong is it, you reckon? That's all the enemies that we need from this area. Whoa. I Nice. We'll take it. Got red team 20. Climb the stairs, go right, and second door apparently. One, two. The Art of Pace. Go left to climb the stairs. Go right and ignore the hall for now and continue to go right. Okay. We're a little bit over level for this area now, I think. So 1, go right again to the next room. Apparently. What? I didn't get to do my ability. Fun then. That was rude. Down the stairs into the next area. First hole. And we have angel shoes to start off with. Exit room and go left to find the Chimera. And save the game, apparently. Alright, let's fuck this guy up. You're going down! Alrighty then. That's not going to work, apparently. Let's try basic attacks and specials. Shit, yeah, only basic attacks? No magic, eh? What? That was weak as fuck. What? Why was it so weak? Ow. You don't know how to pull your punches, do you? You're just like your mum, Cornet. I'm Kid Chimera. Cornet helped me out a lot when I was a puppet. I've been waiting for her to pay her. Vince, wait right there. I'm playing your horn for this egg. I'm sure it'll help you out. That's nice and all, but... This is kind of stinks. I said it'll help you out. Play it. Play the horn. Opiate, yes. Then leave me alone. Kid's level 30. He's way too low leveled at this point in the game, I'm afraid. I'd love to use him, but he's just... I'm so ahead of him in level, it's not even funny anymore. Like, it's just not even worth my time. Go left until you see a hole. There we go. Go right. Climb the stairs and go left. Hang on. Climb the stairs, go left until you see a hole and enter it. Go up or right. Climb the stairs, go left and enter the... Jesus, dude. Stairs, go right until you see a hole for aura power inside. Climb the stairs. What the fuck is this? Hang on. This is going to be important, I think. Right. This is the final piece of the Shadow of Beauty.
Give it to Cello, Kururu. Okay. Here you go, Cello. Now that you have this, you can cure your mother.
Yeah. Kururu. Freya. Thank you. Really.
Kururu. Hey, Kururu! This is the perfect time to confess. Yeah. Cello. About you. That's it. You can do it, Kururu. And me. Do your best, Kururu. All you need to say is that you like him. Will you marry me?
I'm just trying to look for where the fuck that came from. Can anyone see it? What the fuck, then? Anime. What the fuck?
I mean, I know that I'm 12, and I can't do things like cook or chores. But I'll learn how by the time I grow up. I'll make a wonderful bride for you. I don't care if my parents don't approve. If they don't, I'll give up my royal title. So...
Kururu.
Cello.
Kururu.
She's 12? I thought she was like 16 as well. Arrest this man! I'm pretty sure he's 12 as well. Actually, I think he might be from an ancient society, so he's like 1,000 years old. I should say that.
Thanks for all the hard work. I'll be taking the Shadow of Beauty off your hands.
Save up to this point. Wow, that was pretty heartbreaking, actually. Wow. Wow, guys. Again, can I just mention how this game's taken 23 hours to get to this point, and the game was supposed to be finished 100% at 15 hours? And how annoying that is. Just real quick before I, continue on. Number 12, though. Finally a fucking trophy. Haven't earned a trophy in, like, 10 hours of the game. That chapter took, like, 10 hours to beat. Like, dead ass. Arrest this man! Arrest him!
Are you awake, Kururu? Yeah. Where are we? Cello? Where's Cello? Moments ago, we received an emergency transmission from Mother Green. Akurjo has erected a massive castle in the Wonderwoods. Most likely, Cello. I see. So it wasn't a dream. Kururu. I'm not going to lose. A lot has happened, but everyone helped me, and that's how I could confess. Something like this won't be enough to stop me. I'll definitely save Cello and get an answer from him! You've grown strong, Kururu. You were still just a child until so recently.
She's a
I'll
child.
go with you, of course.
She's not even a teenager, bro. 12, bro.
No matter what happens, I'll cheer on your love until the end, Kururu. Thanks, Kreia. It's only natural, isn't it? After all, we're...
And the song? Pretty sure they're like singing like sisters or best friends in that point,
Mommy,
by the way.
Hammer, we're about to get quite busy. Ready the Toto Calcio.
That was sus.
Understood, Lady Etwall.
That's PDF file.
Activating turbo engine. Output adjusted to 120%. High power Notium. Fueling completed.
Kururu, preparations are finished. Let's go, Kururu. To the Wonder Woods. To Cello.
Alright. We're gonna go right. Right, left, right. And we're gonna go to Kreia's house. If I fuck this trophy up, we have to restart the game. What do you guys think? I can't tell you how much of a relief that trophy popping is. That's one of 5. That's one of 5 that would nearly make me restart the game. So we have 5 to go that could make me restart the game still. But there's still a very big one. Jesus, man. If I can get through this playthrough, I'm going to be so happy, man. I'm telling you guys right now, like, honestly, it'll make my fucking day. Might as well start Monster Hunter Wilds after this. I'd be in that much of a mood. Jesus fucking Christ, though. Jesus, man. We'll save real quick. Oh. Go visit Oranges. You have nothing to gain, only game laws. Go to the forest past. Orange and area of change. Alright, we need an iron golem. A ghost. A ghost. And a metal toad. For this area, apparently. Holy shit, what the fuck's going on here? An iron golem here?
You're up. I'm sorry. Hiya! That was scary.
Go left until I find a trap chest. Jesus. Area's completely different. There's the metal toad.
Take this. Ah! Anda! Phew, what a relief.
We have the 2 types of ghosts left, apparently. So we have the dark type. And there's the holy type we still have to get.
Sorry. That was kind of close, huh?
Wait, what?
Ah! Hey! Yeah! That was kind of close, huh?
It's still dark. They're all dark as well.
It's time to scramble! That was easy, right, Koodaroo?
Oh yeah, here's the trap chest. Actually.
Hey! Hiya! Hiya! Koodaroo win!
There's the healing tank. Go right. And then down. And then left. Oh, here's the holy ones.
Come on out, puppet friends!
And that's all the other ones.
Go get 'em, everyone! I beg your pardon? Woohoo! Let's go!
Well, these guys are strong. Wow.
Right, Kururu?
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Was it down? Hang on. Go right, down, left, go left until you come across the trap chest, triple slap inside. I don't even need the triple slap, to be fair. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Electric shock.
That was kind of...
Return right and go down. I'm gonna save real quick, actually. Oh, never mind. Go down and save real quick. We got all of them, didn't we? Go down left until you see Legend and go past it. The cutscene, Randy and Sonya will join you. Oh, we're back here. Wow, from the first area. Oh, this last area is massive, dude. Holy fucking shit. There's so many enemies in this final area, it's not even funny. There is a Niantic, a Manfluff, a Dark Dragon, a Fairy, a Bee, a Royal Bee, a White Dragon, Ninetale, Golem, Fire Dragon, Wind Dragon, Fire Dragon, Thunder Dragon, Ice Dragon, Earth Dragon, Azora Dragon, Fosaurus, whatever that is, King of the Beast, Hydra, and Pterodon. And then there's Finalberg, Fonfon, Nian, Lun Lun, and Cello. Oh wow, it's got like a cinematic going on. Cello is here too. Where are you going, princess? Let's go! Randy, Sonya! What are you doing here? Purple Dragon, Lady Twilight passed word on to us. Told us to lend you a hand. You've finally been useless! Blue Eyes, White Dragon. She told me everything that's happened, princess, honestly. After this over, you'll be in for a scolding. Shut the fuck up. She's actually been worried sick about the both of you, despite what she says. Hey, they don't need to know something that unnecessary. We haven't seen these guys since like the 3rd chapter. Charizard. Charizard! Thank you. Alright, Kururu, let's get going. Sonya and Randy have joined the party. Sonya and Randy do not have anything equipped. Really? You don't say. So it's funny, Randy could actually have puppets in the first chapter, but he can't hear. I'm not quite sure why that is a thing, but anyway. Okay, guys, I'm going to quickly go to the toilet and grab another beer real quick while we get ready for this last chapter. I think we're going to be here for a while, so I think it's going to take maybe an hour or two, so probably at minimum. So I'll just be back in a second, guys. La 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 la.
Where are you? Where are you?
Thank you for the where are you? It's gone too long. What do you mean gone too long? I went to the toilet. Hey, Sophie, how was your stream, fam? The maidenless Cheska looking for him. The maidenless.
Where are you?
Hello, Bailey. How was your stream, Sophie? Hope it was good, fam. I saw you were playing Tibia. You know how to use the loo. I've said this before, but I actually don't use the toilet very often on my streams, as much as I probably should. And the longest I've gone is 9 hours. I just start making myself go to the toilet because I started to have kidney problems. Stream was nice, managed to be kind of productive in the game. That's good. That's good. I'm glad. Well, it's gone like 2 seconds, by the way. Gone too long. You guys talked within like a minute. Get the fuck out of here. And nice chats to friends. That's good. But how was your shit? You're not allowed to use the loo, but how was your shit? I didn't have a shit. Take a piss. How's fam doing? Not too bad, Leaf. How you doing? Finally gonna finish this game, I think. Thank fuck for that. There's a stupid amount of enemies here. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. I got a Niantic. A Manfluff. A Dark Dragon. A Fairy. A Queen Bee. A bee, a white dragon, a Ninetale, a golem fire, a wind dragon, a thunder dragon, An ice dragon. An earth dragon. An Azora dragon. A thesaurus. King of the Beast. A Hydra. And a Pteranodon. Gotta fucking remember all of them. And a Vulpix. Oh my god. Oh my god, what? Leaf on, less than 7 minutes left. 7 minutes to what, fam? Busy with meetings? Oh, like with your meetings? I cannot see! See what? Cheska blind. I can't see streamer. I was busy with meetings. You want me to take you guys with me to the toilet? Barely tickle tickle. Thank you for the where are you as well, again. Vulpix, be right back, need cooking noodles. Ooh, which Pokemon is Ice Dragon? I don't know, sorry. I don't think they're allowed to, actually. Are they allowed to do that? Because of Yu-Gi-Oh! They might have copyright for that. Isn't there like one of their most popular like characters in Ice Dragon? I'm here staying with 11 euros left. Why can't they pay quickly? Did you buy too much ice cream again, Bailey? Nani? Yeah, 5 hours late. It was a public holiday, wasn't it, though? I'm guessing probably why it's late. It's probably the bank's fault, not your business, more likely. Some stupid excuse like that, anyway. Live action camera to the loo. No public holidays. We barely have any. Do you get paid monthly, though, or weekly? I need more ice cream. I respect it. I had some caramel popcorn before it was fucking lit. Caramel popcorn ice cream is fucking sexy. It's like good shit right there. I'm gonna make an extra save here. I'm going to observation notes real quick. I'm just going to mute this for a second because this is stupidly fucking loud and I'm sick of the fucking ticking of going over it. Been like 5 weeks. Yeah, they would definitely try to make like a fucking excuse for that then, for sure. So I'm missing something here. Make sure to floss and brush after popcorn. I don't floss, funny enough. I don't like it. I do brush though. Missing another one there. There's 2 characters I'm missing. Have you tried using a stick? I don't like it. I do not like it. I get the stuff out of my teeth, but I get it out with my tongue. I don't like, actually, and a toothbrush. I don't like it. Okay, so I've got the Azora Dragon. Just straight off the bat. We've got the Azora Dragon before, apparently. So let's just actually go back through this properly. Let's have a look real quick. So I'm missing a fair few enemies here. I've actually got a fuckload of these enemies, so hopefully it's just bosses left, actually. Conyon. What? You should floss every day? At least twice? No, I'm good. Do you know what else a dentist will tell you not to do? Drink any soft drink. Drink anything with sugar. Drink alcohol. You know what a doctor will tell me to do? Not drink any alcohol. Not eat fatty foods. If I can't drink soft drink and eat fatty foods and drink alcohol, I'd be dead. In the ditch. It'd be over. There's two decisions. No, eat and drink as much as you want, but take care of teeth. I promise you, Cheska, and I mean this as seriously as I possibly can to you, I am the most careful person with my own smell. Not even funny. Like, I literally have like one of them. I have such a sensitive nose. And if I even smell the little bit off, I shower instantly. And if I know my breath at any time, I brush my teeth instantly. Men always say that. No, they don't. No men actually ever say that. Ever. I've never met another man ever to say that. That's the wildest take ever. Yes, they do. No, they don't. No, they don't. I don't need to go to the dentist either. My dentist never told me to not eat sweets, just to clean properly after. You've not met men then? You've not met men then? I think it's more worse that you're generalizing men. That's pretty rough, though. I feel that, though. I mean, that just hurts my feelings, to be honest, generalizing me with other people. Cheska Purge never listens to proper health things. I've learned this. Listen, Purge, don't be stinky. Purge plans for old age is not redacted. Why the fuck would I want to live old? What do I gain from living to an old age, anyway? What do you gain from living to an old age? I care about my smell. I don't care about my health, but I 100% care about how I smell and my scent. 100%. I'm one of the cleanest people you'll ever meet. Like, full on. I hate it with a passion. I'm a bastard for it. Hyperhidrosis is a pain. There was a guy I went on a date with, and when I went to greet him, I said I wasn't feeling well and left. There was a guy I went on a date with, and when I went to greet him, I said I wasn't feeling well and left. What, he sweat a lot? Is that what you mean? Like he had like crazy BO? I don't really get BO, to be honest with you. I get BO if like I'm working hard, but like to put it in perspective, I take an extra deodorant can with me wherever I go in my car, and I reapply it every fucking 3 hours if it's hot, instantly. I don't have that much BO because I don't have that much hair on my body, so I don't sweat that much. I don't sweat like normal amount most people do, to be honest with you. It's just a thing. I smell like a chicken. Delicious. Friend likes to smoke. His breath can resuscitate a dead person so they can self-destruct again. I respect it. I've seen the smell of coffee as well. I didn't have crazy Robo, but I like it. Didn't smell smoke. So like no perfume or deodorant. Like ew. Like no perfume or deodorant. What? He wasn't wearing cologne? Or they weren't? Oh no, it was a guy. They weren't wearing cologne or deodorant for the date? That's a strange that's a strange move. I wear cologne and deodorant every day. Again, that's just me. That is a strange move. He worked at a lab as... Dude, labs... You sweat like crazy in labs. Jesus Christ. Pray for that guy's soul. Fuck that. Sad, but he worked at a lab, but for a date. Come on now. I don't care. If he worked at a lab, you sweat so much in a lab. Have you been in one of those lab rooms? We used to have them for school. They were fucking terrible. They heat up like a motherfucker. It smelled like someone's like fucking clean ass in an old man's home in there. It was definitely in there. That shit was the worst place ever. Spruce yourself up before a date, make an effort to. Yes. That's so weird that he didn't wear cologne or deodorant. At least deodorant for a date. I wear deodorant and cologne to work every day. No, fuck that. I wear cologne and deodorant in my own home. Who the fuck doesn't? That's some crazy business. He worked in getting junk out of DNA structure. Super cool and smart, but that's so weird that he didn't, like... Yeah, you would think he would be sensitive to smell. Maybe he was just nervous, though. And he sweat, like, fucking 3 times as much, to be fair. It happens. What about you, Spicy and Bailey? Do you guys wear cologne? Do you wear or do you guys wear perfume? Do you wear perfume, Cheska? I live alone. I still wear your own perfume myself. I do. I've been very like self-conscious about my about any like BO since I was like 10, pretty much. I think one person one time said I smelled like shit, and it was after I played sport for 4 hours. I played like an AFL match, like one AFL match, and then played another one afterwards. And then someone said I smelled like shit afterwards. I was playing in a fucking muddy ground, but I was like, never again. Neither time you smelled nice. It's low-key insulting. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Why didn't you just say something? Why didn't you just say something? I don't know if you heard me or not. Bailey and Spicy, do you guys wear like cologne or perfume by any chance? Don't really talk to many people about that. Most guys don't wear cologne where I live, or perfume. Funny enough, it's very uncommon. I know like probably 2 or 3 people. Why didn't you say something, Cheska? Did you tell him when you're like, no more? Anyway, what was I doing? Toad, Soldier. No. Earth Dragon and Ice Dragon. Earth Dragon, Ice Dragon. Fire Dragon. No. Wind Dragon and Fun Dragon. Those 2 are good. Dark Dragon, White Dragon. White Dragon. Dinosaur, Behemoth, Griffin, White Wind. White Wind? Pressure on people. Nicest to tell him now. Say you smell bad? Nah, he went back to Mexico for the holiday, so I stopped replying. He also super shy and wouldn't text me unless I texted him first, so I just gave up. I mean, that's a nice thing. Every day, and of course deodorant, but also some oils, because I love... Ooh, oils! How do you apply those? Do you apply those to your neck, Bailey? Or do you put them on your clothes? Nice time to improve his impression. Bruh, don't stinky easy. I just like... But some people don't know. Like, some people don't actually have a sensitive smell. That's the thing. People don't know. Like, my stepdad didn't know until he was 30... What year is it? Until he was 35. He had a broken nose, and he couldn't smell. And he didn't know. So he couldn't smell half the shit. And he still can't to this day. He can't smell anything properly. Because he had a nose injury when he was 6 years old. So he never knew. So he just didn't know. He just never thought things smelt like a certain way. So he had surgery on it. And then he can half smell things now. He still can't smell fucking anything. Someone could literally throw up next to him and he won't be able to smell it still. Oh, right!
Okay, it's happening! Everybody
Such
stay
an
calm.
awkward thing to come
What's the
into.
procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
It's hard to tell.
Wait.
Yo, Jed!
Calm down! No!
Hello, Rai! How's it going, fam? You came in. We're talking about cologne and deodorant and whether people realize they have bad BO. Welcome in. I'm sure I should be playing the game. Honestly, I'm scared to tell him. And, Cheska said they had, a bad date with someone and, they smelt bad. And I was like, why didn't you just tell them they didn't smell, they had bad BO? It's embarrassing, but, you gotta tell people. Some people don't know, Maybe it's just me, though. It could be just me. How you doing, Jed? Hope you're doing well today. And hope you're doing well, Rai. How'd you guys go? How did you end up going, fam? The Sniper Elite looked fun. I'm lost in the sauce. I've had a few beers. Nose chat for real. What do you think, Rye? Do you wear cologne or perfume, Rye? And do you wear deodorant? BO, more like PU. Hey, Arian, how's it going, bro? People can smell themselves. I can definitely smell. Maybe it's just me, but I can definitely smell myself. Like when I smell bad, I instantly know. I'm like, fuck this shit. I'm going to have a shower, or like I'm definitely putting more deodorant on pretty quickly. But then it could be me because I'm an idiot. Maybe I'm just a fucking idiot. So I don't know. Someone wrote a draft for me, I'd let them know, but I'm not the one who's like confrontation, so I run away from anything that makes me feel uncomfortable or bad. I feel like telling people they don't smell as good is like a good thing to say there, because again, some people don't know, do they? I guess like you wouldn't know your own scent though. I've heard that before. I have definitely like met people before I don't like the scent of. There was one person I used to work with. Absolute beautiful person. But if he ever forgot, like, to put deodorant or cologne on or anything, because he was always wearing deodorant or cologne, that's the only reason I know, he would smell like pure mold, and it was, like, very strange. It was a very strange smell. And I just said it to him once. He wasn't sure what I meant. If someone wrote a draft, oh, yeah, I respect that. I'm scared to tell him. I mean, that's fair. It's hard to do. Hey, Rafiki, how's it going? How was the rest of Sniper Elite there, Ray? Hopefully it's good. And congrats on... Brain's not working. Indica. That was the game. Indica. Congrats on the Indica Platinum. I met someone that doesn't believe in whipping. In wiping? In wiping? Do they have a bidet? I know a lot of people that have bidets now, actually. Like, a lot of... There was, like, this really big phase in Australia where bidets were really popular in Australia. And majority of people have bidets in their house now and don't wipe anymore. But I think it's generally, like, common to have the bidet and then wipe afterwards, right? I do and I don't. I'm someone that almost no BO. Like, you need to get into skin contact distance to smell it. My brother, on the other hand, you can smell his BO from across. I feel that. Right. I don't sweat very much, and I don't really have BO. I don't have much body hair, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not a very hairy person, sadly. So I don't... Sadly, I guess. I don't know why sadly. But, like, I was, like, a late bloomer. So I don't really have much body hair at all. So I don't sweat very much at all, ever. No matter what I'm doing. And I've always sort of, you know... I don't know. So I don't really sweat that much. I don't really have that much BO. I guess if that makes sense. Hey, Purge, good. Just crawling through a long work. Oof, I'm sorry to hear that, fam. Keep going. Wiping? Nope. I have a Japanese. So they don't use a bidet and they don't wipe. Do they shower? They have a bidet, that's something else, but not wiping. That's a bit strange. Bidet is cleaner than a toilet paper, but doing neither is like a war crime to your ass. I agree. How do they do it? You know, I went to Bali, like, and they just use like a hose. I still use toilet paper when I was there. Fuck that. Like, I'm gonna be honest, and if I felt, I just hopped in the shower, if anything, but like, there's no way. Like, I used toilet paper the whole time I was there. I just bought it. I'm eating. I'm sorry, Rafiki. What are you eating? What are you having? If you get poo on your face, you aren't just grabbing some paper and wiping it, are you? So why is paper fine for your tush? Wait, what? If you get poo on your face, you aren't just grabbing some paper and wiping it, are you? So why paper is fine for your tush? Right. I do have always some sort of shower gel, skin cream, or pit stick or cologne. Oh, okay. The pit stick. We call that, what do we call that? Here. We call it roll-on. Which is so weird. But we call it roll-on, because, you know, it has, like, the bowl on top of it. So you roll, you know, roll the bowl. So you roll the... Yeah. Shrines are so simple. Anyway. No, I'm getting tissues. I'm going into the incinerator. I sweat tons after hockey. I smell of death, but it's not BO. It's like some metal smell. Oh yeah, okay, interesting. I do know people that have that though. They don't smell like BO. BO is so interesting at the same time because I feel like some people have it insane. Like it smells like death itself. I know people that like shower like constantly every day, but I've also heard that showering constantly is also not good for your BO either. I've actually heard that before. And is it your hair? I think it is, isn't it? Right? It's one of those two. Showering all the time is not good for your hair and your BO apparently. I have cold showers though as well, like in the morning. I don't know if that affects anything. Are you eating ass, Rafiki? Make sure they clean first. I mean, what? Do they use a bidet? You gotta ask them. Do you wipe? No? Do you use a bidet? You gotta ask these questions. Use a bidet. I don't really like the bidet though. I don't like bidets personally. It's not my thing. I don't like bidets very often. Also, you also use the HyperQuest Codcast. Nice. I love this. I do like this mic. It's my favorite. There's that step up that like changes colors, and there's a pink one as well, which is really cool. But yeah, I have just the basic one. My cousin bought me for Christmas one year. I'm forever grateful because I'm the stingiest motherfucker ever, and I'll never upgrade anything in my PC or my streamer setup. But I'll spend as much money as I can on pop vinyls and games. Classic. Chicken, mince, onions, peas, and ass. I mean rice. I mean, damn. Getting your protein in there. So this guy says that his poo leaves little residue, and I have no clue, but he smells like shit, so... His poo leaves little... How does he know? Hang on. Hang on. Just a second. If he has no residue, and he doesn't have toilet paper, right? And he doesn't have a fucking bidet, he's either checking in the fucking mirror, or my brother's grabbing from... Or my brother's doing the fucking... the smell test with the 2 fingers, brother. Maybe that's why it smells like shit. There's only 2 ways, man. There's only 2 ways. Yeah, you don't want to wash your hair every day. Yeah, I think I've heard that recently. I was so freaked out when I forgot to put Ono deodorant on and smell like me, and I said I smell like citrus is my natural smell, which is interesting. But yeah, I got to use Tom Ford perfumes. I was meeting now. So Muni sound. Be right back. Bye, Cheska. I have one of the change that changes colors. Like, how can you mean to tell when your mic is on or off? Oh, okay. So you have the good one. I have this, so I just turn it off like this. Yeah, I have the basic one. It's not very expensive or anything. It just does the job. It's fantastic, though. I love it. I have a magnifying glass. A magnifying glass. Probably his wife has checked. His wife has checked. So to know that, his wife looks... He looks in the mirror, or he does the test. And all 3 are not good. According to Google, it's a thing people are doing. I've actually heard the no wipe thing is a thing. I've heard that before. What's the other one? That's like a... 1 in 10 people shit in the shower. That's the other one, isn't it? Yeah. It's a stat, barely. It's a literal stat. The worst part is, right... I ain't gonna call my sister out like this. My sister's one of them. I brought it up once when we were drunk, and she admitted to it. I ain't gonna say which one. I've got 2 sisters. I ain't gonna say which one to call her out like that. What the fuck, Banner? But yeah, I brought it up once when we were drinking. And she just like blurted it out and regretted it instantly. I ripped her a new one, honestly. But it was funny at the same time. To be fair, I did giggle like a little idiot. All right, we got the Golem Fire as well. Apparently, Queen Bee's done. I thought that was only on movies. No, 1 in 10 people, apparently. 1 in 10 people shit in the shower. Like, consistently, apparently. Like, as in, like, not, like, all the time, but, like, a fair amount. There's something about relaxation, I think. I ain't gonna judge anyone, like, too heavily on it, to be honest with you, but, yeah. I know we are deep into booty talk, but Indica got 100% and Sniper Elite was good, lol. Oh, that's good to hear. I'm sorry that you walked in on this. We got lost in the sauce for a second. That's alright, it's a bit of payback. Whenever I've rated you, there's always some sus talk going on as well, to be fair. So it's a, you know. I'm glad that the Sniper Elite went well. I'm glad the Indicator went well too in the Platinum in the end. This game, however, is costing me way too much time, and it's starting to piss me off a little bit, I'm not going to lie. It's going to cost me nearly 10 hours extra to beat the first game in the 2-game collection, and I'm starting to get really pissed off at it. I'm trying to, like, enjoy it for what it is, but it's not going well. And there's even a chance at the end of the game that if I miss one enemy or one conversation, I have to restart the entire game. If that happens, I may throw my entire PC. And I may. We'll see. Next game for Dev is game I redeemed. I know, I'm excited to see what it is. Raya only gave me a hint for it, so I'm excited to see what game it is. I need to start watching the VODs as well. I've been so busy at work recently. I want to get better at watching people's like streams and VODs. Ninetales. What the fuck was that? There it is. I got a fairy. Did I go past the fairy as well? Salamander, Armadillo, Poison Toad, Venom Toad, Metal Toad, Wary. There is the fairy there. Sylph, Big Bobo, Super Dragon, Pretty Rose, T-Rex. So I've already got this enemy too. Fucking, what am I missing? Hydra? Azora Dragon. Oh yeah, the Hydra won't be there, is it? And the King of Beast I've got as well, I'm pretty sure. You know what? I won't talk about it then. That's okay. Yeah, Ryan just like hinted at it, and I was like, excited to see what it is. All I was told was an old JRPG, and I'm excited. You know what's something that I also can't stand? People that don't close the toilet lid before flushing. That thing sprays everywhere. Close the lid! I feel that. I started doing that when I was 16, I think. Speaking of what the fuck is on the screen. Okay, first of all, if I can guess the game, the Platinum, if it is in any way, shape, or form Final Fantasy X, I pray for your soul, Rai. And I pray to God it isn't, because fuck that game. This game is called Marl Rhapsody, or Rhapsody Marl Kingdom Chronicles. And it's 2 and 3 in the collection. And it's a 1999 JRPG. And it's brutal as fuck. It has the mechanics of a Star Ocean game, but plays like a Final Fantasy game. It's fucked. It's ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie. It was supposed to be really simple, but it only released in Japan and parts of Asia, and didn't release in the West, anywhere in the West, like nowhere, until 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure, off the top of my head. And yeah, it's brutal. It's not too bad though. It's fun, but like it's a little weird. Everything's missable in the game. Like every conversation, every enemy's missable. Every conversation, every enemy, every puppet, or as in like every summoning is basically missable in the game. Yeah, there's fucking a lot. Everything's missable in the game. So if you miss one thing, Platinum doesn't pop. So, and it costs you 25 hours. I think if as many people shit in the shower as you say, I think pink eye and facial related others would be more common. Maybe we just don't know what they look like, you know what I'm saying? I don't close the lid because I love watching it go down. I mean, that is very relatable. To be fair, I ain't gonna lie to that. Nah, not Final Fantasy. That's Summer's Wheelhouse. FF10 is great though. Yeah, but FF10's platinum can suck my dick. FF10's a great game, but I would rather shoot myself in the mouth than platinum it again. Honestly, that's pretty heavy to say, but that game is painful, man. Jesus, the Blitzball and the Sphere Grid and the RNG and yeah. I love Final Fantasy 2 from my heart. I've banned every person that redeemed FF10. You don't know of them. I'm so glad. I'm so glad, bro. That sounds like ass, like the person's coworker ass from earlier. I was saying the people that developed all the Souls games developed this game first, is what I'm basically summoning up in this game, because it's some bullshit is what it is. That's all I fucking know. Okay, so we don't have the Hydra, so I'm pretty sure the Hydra is what we're missing. And the Plesaurus is another one. So we're missing the Plesaurus. And the Hydra is the two enemies we're currently missing. Is it the Dark Dragon as well? We have the Dark Dragon and the Mummerfluff. We have the Mummerfluff and the Niantic. Why the what? Oh my god, it's Niantic's. Okay, bro. Whatever you say. So we're missing 2 enemies in this area. Apparently. I see BF1 when I'm reviving you. Am I reviving you? I see BF1. BF1? What? Battlefield 1? I got Battlefield 6 downloaded. I did download it like you said, I said I would. Well, it's not fully downloaded. I still paused. You want to play BF1? Have you done the platinum for BF1? I was looking at your hockey games the other day. I actually really liked playing NHL games back in the day, but I haven't played them for a long time. Oh, you meant 6. I did download it. Yeah, I did download Battlefield 6. I downloaded it for you because I thought you might want to play. So I downloaded it like an idiot. Am I going to regret it? Probably. Am I going to pop it on my new account? Yes, I am. I did them all this year. I was just looking then. It looks crazy. Get Outlast on there. Oh, Jesus. I'll download it, alright? I'm going to regret it. Shouldn't you be sleeping, by the way? Don't you have your... Telethon tomorrow? What time is it for you? Is it like 8 a.m. for you right now? I'm eating pizza first. Oh, you're eating more pizza? Bro, I'm jealous. I want pizza. I had hot dogs and I had some caramel popcorn for dinner. That's what I had for dinner. Not together, but like an hour separate. It's almost 5 a.m. Okay. I wasn't sure if you guys were Toronto or not. Because what's the other time zone? There's one other in Canada. Alright, I'll download Outlast. Am I going to regret it? Probably. But, am I going to pop it on my new account? Probably. Because I like to torture myself. But we're missing 2 enemies in this area. By the looks of it for the platinum. I will warn you, this music is extremely loud and I do apologize in advance. And obnoxious as fuck. I might turn it down a little bit, actually. I can't. Sorry, guys. If it gets too obnoxious, let me know. I'm so close to the second quarry plat now. I think I'm 15 minutes off. The Quarry is such a shit platinum. I love that game, but oh my god, bro. What a painful platinum. I just ate some off-brand bulldog noodles. I have the hiccups now. Was it good, Sophie? What brand was it? I should have grabbed another beer. That was my fault. There is an off-brand one. Nah, it wasn't. It wasn't any good. Damn. Did it like not mix well? I feel like off-brand noodles don't mix well, and it's disappointing as fuck. Likeable game, way more annoying trophy hunt than it should be. I think it's a very underrated game, funny enough, The Quarry. I think people don't like it because of how hard it... not how hard it is, sorry. For the ending, I think. What the... Why the fuck are they all spawning? We got earth, thunder, fire, ice, and wind. I expected them to be bad, still bought them like a fool. Were they cheap as fuck though? A Little Hope is the only one from their catalog I hate. I haven't platinumed the Until Dawn game yet. I'm absolutely shocking with scary games though. I know The Quarry isn't that scary, but I got jump scared multiple times during that playthrough. Oh my god, that was strong. Jesus. Ooh, pack of 2 for like 1.5. That's good. I mean, that's a good price for some shitty noodles. I would definitely buy like a nice pack of noodles and then a shitty pack. Built-in jump scare moments. I agree. I've beaten Until Dawn. I don't think I could platinum it though. We have the Queen Bees and the Royal Bees. Boo. You have a nice pair purge? Of what? Oh, Rocky. I will do Until Dawn at some point, probably. I'll probably do it this Halloween, to be honest. Even though I shouldn't, really. Metal Toads. Oh my god. What? I can't escape these metal toads, bro? What is this game? And they did that much damage, apparently. I'm sure they did, game. I'm sure they did. House of Ashes was pretty great. Man with Down, Devil and Me I liked, but had their issues. Nah. I can't do scary games. I just can't do it.
I'm sorry.
Heaven and hell!
Say no to violence.
So Alan isn't be anytime soon. I mean, you can redeem it. It's just gonna cost you 1,000,000 channel points. If you'd like. Jesus Christ. Look at the damage these things are doing, dude. What is this game, dude? Seriously. What in the actual fuck? Brother's doing fucking 200 damage in one turn.
I'll do anything for Kurudu.
Oh, 3k XP is pretty good there. We'll take that. But no, I hate horror games with a passion. If I play Outlast Trials with Rai, it's a Christmas miracle in January. In all seriousness. What the fuck is that thing? Oh, it's Basaurus. Thank you so much for the follow, them. I really appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. I think this is an enemy we don't have, actually. I feel like I've actually got this enemy before. I have got this enemy before. Oh, man. What have we got? I was thinking the same thing.
I choose you.
I'm not even gonna try to pronounce it, but I knew what you meant. Jesus, man. That took 1,000 damage, dude. What is this guy built on?
I'm sorry.
Because I never needed to spell it right. I wasn't sure, but I'm not even going to try correct you. Like I said, I knew what you meant when you said it, and I was like, it'll do. I know the reference. I got the reference. That takes me back there, I tell you what.
I choose you.
Oh, thank fuck. We got it.
We're invincible.
What, 1,500 for that fight? Are you fucking smoking crack, bro? That's all? Brother cost me half my goddamn fucking world, man. This game has cost me so many brain cells, I'm not gonna lie. I like this game a lot, but like... Jesus. Okay, I've got both now though. I didn't have this one. Apparently it was a different version of that. Apparently they were green instead of fucking blue. Because that's just kind of how games worked back in the day, I guess. I don't know. Hey, buddy! I fought this guy. Ooh. I fought this guy like 12 times, and I'm really sick of his shit. It's my honor to bring you to an end. Here I go. Behold, Final Berg! Great game review. Thank you, Sophie. I appreciate it. Kill me, this meeting is so boring. In all seriousness, is a meeting ever exciting? I feel like a meeting would be really cool if like you were like even like a gaming meeting maybe, and like they were talking about a new game. But I can't remember the last time I was in a meeting and I was excited. I was saying this a while ago to Minx. I was talking to Minx, my friend, about this. But like, has anyone ever been unemployed and you go for a job and you don't even want the job because you enjoy being unemployed and enjoy doing nothing? I like working, but I like being unemployed and not working. And you just talk nonsense the whole time during the interview. Or the meeting. And then they give you the job and you're just sort of stuck there, like starstruck. Or maybe it's just me. And Minx. But that shit sucks. Tell them you're sick and skedaddle. I mean, she is sick actually, which is the worst part.
Go get him, everyone!
Here I go!
Holy flash!
Take this!
208 damage is insane for a hit.
Scramble, go! I'm sorry.
Heaven and hell! Snip snap!
If I do end up playing like BF6 with Rye at any point, it's just gonna be Rye being disappointed at how terrible I am at the game. That's what I'm nervous about, to be honest. I got the skills of a 12-year-old. Hell, I think my 12-year-old brother could probably beat my ass in Battlefield, actually. To be honest with you. Heaven and hell! Actually, Chesky, can I have some of that fever? Don't want to go to work later. I thought you had the day off today.
I'm sorry.
Take this! Here I go!
Here I go. No evening shift. Oof. I mean, I like evening shifts though, to be honest with you. I love working in the afternoon or at night. I'm a big fan of that. I work better at nighttime. Let's try the Duke, actually. I haven't fought with the Duke in ages. He's just been sitting there chilling, being very patient. Was my day off yesterday? That's right. Sorry.
Go get him, everyone!
I do it once I'm there, but kind of
Invincible!
just am stuck in waiting mode. Yeah, I guess nighttime's kind of like that though, isn't it, really? Or afternoon. Alright. That's the first boss battle going, apparently. That was the last time. I'm so mad. I swear to fuck if we have to fight that dickhead again. I fought him. I've seriously beaten him 12 times. He was the first major boss in the game. He's been so annoying all game. Ho ho ho, I was right. It is wonderful to look down at the world. Welcome back, Marjorie. It was a little annoying to raise this from the ocean. Sorry if I worried you. I knew Marjorie was alive, meow. That's one tough hag. Who was it went on about her kicking the bucket? Ah, farewell, my peaceful Marjorie. Less days. I want you guys to thank the Akiro family for me. Now go down your shame. Yes, ma'am. You better be ready, Akira. I'll make you rue the day you even fought to pick a fight with the great Marjorie. Ho 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 ho. I'm just stuck there in waiting mode.
Baka!
Yeah, Rafiki, thank you so much for the follow there, fam. I just realized I'm on the wrong category. How long have I been on the wrong category for? Jesus, man. Fuck. Actually, someone warned me about this like 4 hours ago. That's my fault. Orcs? Yes. Yeah. I thought I was already followed. That's okay, fam. You don't need to be followed. You can unfollow me again. Follow for the copium. I thought it was intentionally. It was at the start, and then I forgot. It was at the start, and then I forgot. Pretty much. I was grinding at the start, and nothing was happening. Because, like, with this game, it's an old school JRPG, where I literally walk into a wall constantly. And I had to do 2 hours of grinding to, like, get to a high enough level to beat these bosses. What was that? Could something have happened up above? Let's move on. Okay, bro. Let's save real quick. Alright. Go left 5 times. Okay, we got the stairs. Well, that's the pterodon there. Wait, have we got all the enemies? No, we don't. Why have I crossed all the enemies off then? No, we're missing a Hydra. We are too. Oh, fucking hell. I don't want to have to fight this thing. Thank you. I'm high enough level to beat the final boss now. I just don't really need to fight everybody. We'll save again real quick because I don't have to deal with that again. Climb the stairs. Go left 5 times. We got 1, 2, enemy. I feel like this game is fun, but not to plat. I'm enjoying the game, but it is a little bit brutal to plat, yes. 3. I would have played this game on the hardest difficulty and tried to 100% it anyway, though. So, either way, Rocky, I would have done it the exact same way, to be honest with you. What is this thing? Oh, Dark Dragon. Right. So I would have done the same thing either way. Because it's a JRPG. I play all my JRPGs like this. So it doesn't matter, really. That's because you're a plat hunter. Well, true, but I actually 100% all JRPGs. That's just how I am as a person. I've always been like that as a gamer. Even before I was a platinum hunter. I've always 100% JRPGs. One of my first ones was Final Fantasy 15. And then Ni no Kuni 2, I didn't platinum, but I 100% it as well. And yes, that is possible with some stuff, because obviously you don't do everything in the game.
It all comes down to...
So I would have done it the same either way. I think there's a boss here. It's still a good game though. What the fuck? There's a... What? That's so stupid, dude. There's a weight room, there's a weights room just in the fucking middle of this castle. Aha! Welcome, little ladies. How about working up a sweat with some bodybuilding? Behold, feast your eyes on this beautiful body of mine. You're in the way, step aside, you. Okama! Hey, watch your mouth, you little brat. Alright, let's destroy them. Destroy him! Cast him into the fire!
Scramble, go!
Oh. These are some strong boys.
Take this! Come on, let's bulk up.
Holy slash!
Everyone, lend me your power! You're up!
Come on, let's bulk up. Heaven and hell!
There we go. We got him.
Exorcist blade!
Nice.
Say no to violence!
Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Shit, I auto-attacked.
Come on, let's bulk up.
Is he just a support character?
Order!
Maybe he is. Hang on. Let's actually see.
Order!
No, maybe not.
Order!
Maybe we don't really need to use all the magic against him, though.
This will end you!
Everyone, lend me your power! You're up!
Holy slash!
Come on, let's bulk up. Take this!
Say no to violence!
If he's gonna play this as a defensive game, Nilly, or like this tactical side of it, I need to actually like save as much magic as I can. When is Purge gonna cosplay the guy on the left? And never in a million years, fam. Give me the 10,000 followers and I'll consider it. Alright, you'll run from the room after the battle, open the chest with an illustration 14. If you now, you could make a decent bodybuilder. Okay, bro, it's kind of noisy down there. Oh yeah, cool. There's one of the collectibles. And we'll save real quick. I'm gonna go grab a beer real quick. I'll be 2 seconds. I'm gonna clip just for posterity. Alright, I'll be 2 seconds, guys.
Where are you?
Thank you for the where are you. And I'm so sorry. Quarry done. Finally, I can move on with my life. Thank the gods, my friend. Thank the gods. Hopefully, you never have to play that game again. I mean, it's a miracle you double stacked it. It is a rare platinum, to be fair, but far out. Holy shit. I'd rather die than double stack that game. Alrighty, that's that one done. On the right side of the room, near the big dumbbell, there's a chest slightly hidden with max body inside. Oh, yep. Exit the room and climb the stairs. And we got the next battle. Apparently. Need a Hydra. I have Game Pass, so I rent games. Usually Supermassive lets you get access to PS5 stacked digitally when you have PS5 disc, but the game is... I was talking to my friend Rock Protector about this recently. We don't have that in Australia. Do you enjoy that system of it all? Thank you for the 10,000 follower goal. We don't have that in Australia. I think if I had the big sub... Oh, was that it? No, this is the Azora Dragon. I think we should kill this. No, let's screw it. We'll be fine. Yo, Amarok, how you doing, fam? Hope you're doing well today. I don't want to pay full price for when I buy used or rent and get sent back. Fair enough, fair enough. I couldn't escape these guys? Really? Game? How you doing today, fam? Do-do. More lab rats, huh? Big hole, meow. Mwahahaha. Time to begin, meow. Yay, experiment, meow. Ba-da-da. Experiment, you say? Nyan purge for 5 minutes when? I'd forget it. I'd forget about doing it, I think, sadly. This is Meowjic. Scrumdiddly-dumptious, as they say. Ba-da-da-da. Ugh, the heals. So annoying.
Go get him, everyone!
Take this! Holy slash!
Super Leviathan! Ah, shit. Kind of wasted the rest of the extra attacks and the magic.
I'm sorry.
And hell! Doing well, I'm glad to hear it, fam. Making beef jerky? Nice, fam. How's that going? going well. Ready to play some games and get more trophies. Nice. What are you playing at the moment?
This is so fun, Meow.
Oh, nice. Are you gonna use the cheese for it, or are you gonna do it naturally? Bro, isn't this the annoying healing boss? Why is she alive again? Oh, bro, you can't kill them apparently, Spicy. I have to defeat like 10 bosses apparently to get to the final boss in this game. I think it's one of those ones, brother. At least there's 1 or 2 not healing each other. Oh, dude, that was so painful yesterday. Holy shit, man. What cheese? You can basically beat the game on the hardest difficulty with a cheese, apparently. Apparently there's a way to like glitch it. The game is really difficult on the hardest difficulty apparently, and there's a way to like get around it. I don't know what it is though, sorry. I haven't looked into it properly, I'm afraid. I'll still do it naturally. Sounds good. Are you enjoying the game so far? I thought that game was beautiful. It's one of my most hyped games to come out on the PS5. I haven't beaten it properly yet though, but I really loved it when I last played it, but I moved after I started it, so I haven't had the chance to properly play it since, sadly. The anime is too strong for the murder is impossible. The power of friendship! The power of friendship's too powerful. Why is that person wrapped up on the table? Experiment failed, Meow. Retreat, Meow, retreat! You're right, Meow, let's split. See, she didn't even die in the end either. She's definitely popping up in the final boss battle. That's illustration 15 there. After I'll go to the chest to illustrate 15, Ruler's Crown, the exit room. Oh, yep, cool, Ruler's Crown. I don't know what that is. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can find something better. Oh, hang on. We'll save real quick. Exit the room and climb the stairs. But I was just wondering anyway, Amarok, because a lot of people tend to do. I was going to as well. I was experimented on. Save me! Save me! How do I even get out of here? Oh, over here. Go left again 5 times apparently. Oh, statue. Now, should we grind this area until we get the enemy that we need? What do you guys think? We need the Hydra at the moment. It's the only thing we're missing. Is that you? What, this thing? It does look like me, to be fair. Holy fucking shit. Alright, we'll grind real quick, I think. I'm gonna put some music on real quick while we do this. This is gonna take a while. We need to try to get the Hydra here. Oh, jeez. That's hilarious, dude. This enemy's really, really rare. Jesus Christ. That's actually hilarious. Iron Jesus loves you today. I wish. An enemy we before couldn't get before, like, took us 3 hours to get, funny enough. Hey, welcome back, B. Need it. How's it going? I think it's going. This game's taking it out of me, but we're getting there. I'm really scared for the third game, guys, because the third game is apparently harder. Is harder? Oh my god, we're doing a lot of damage there. The third game is harder and longer, apparently. So, I'm a bit nervous about that, to be honest.
Thanks, everyone! I choose you!
Scary third game. Yeah, I think it's just really hard, apparently. Nice. Oh, it's not nice, to be honest. I'm a bit nervous for it. Nothing's missable in the third game there, apparently, which is good. But there's no guides for the third game either, is the only problem as well, on top of that.
Everyone, lend me your power!
What are you up to anyway, B? How's work going? Bro has like 3,000 health. Holy shit. I'm back. Welcome back. How you doing today, back? My name's Purge. Damn it! That's twice today, making yourself an easy target. Dude, it's very interesting. Had to do some investigating of some sketchy people. Oh, that sounds cool.
Scramble, go!
It's nice doing something different at your job, I reckon. Or learning something new. I'm a big fan on that. It makes your day go faster. Nice!
All right.
So, we're missing I swear to God, if we're missing one thing, guys, if we're missing one fucking thing and it's at the start of the game, I might give up on this game. It's one thing. It's one thing. I swear to fuck, dude. If we're missing one thing from the start of the game, I might lose my mind. Hang on. You close to the end? I'm very close to the end right now. I'm missing one of these. It could end up being a puppet, though. Night, fam. Don't F this game up. I appreciate you, Rye. I shall see you tomorrow, fam. Also, good luck with your subathon. I shall be there. I might even actually... I postponed my stream to actually watch her a little bit, too. I'm excited to see it. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the raid again, man. I really appreciate you a lot. Thank you so much. You better run it words. Seems like it. First language, English diff maybe. Nuh-uh. It's a team. Let's go. Hello, hand. Hello, hand. Nerve-wracking as fuck. Thank you, thank you. I got you, fam. Spicy subathon? No. Rye's got a subathon going. Please give some, yeah. Thank you for doing the shout out there, Rocky. Rye's doing a subathon tomorrow, guys. So please, if you could, show some support. Absolute lovely human being. I would really appreciate if you guys could go over there. Just a beautiful person. Guys, we're in big trouble here. I think we're in big trouble here, guys. I think we're in big trouble here, guys. I think we're in big trouble here, guys. I think we're in really big trouble. There's like a... I think we're in really big trouble here. Like really big trouble here. I think the trophy should have popped by now. Nah, I think we're in big trouble here. I think I've just ruined this whole playthrough. I think there's something at the start of the game we've missed. I can't believe it. I think we've missed one thing at the start of the game. Is it a voice room? No, it's a character you actually like talk about. It's a conversation one. It's actually like a conversation you get with someone. I think I've just ruined the playthrough, guys. I think I have. Sherry's from like the original game and you talk about her in the orange like town, so I didn't talk to her. I think I've ruined the whole play. I'm gonna have to play the whole game again. I'm being dead ass. I think I might have to. It's one interaction at the start of the game, I think. There's not a lot of information, so I can't find it, but like... Is there no... There's not, no. Not in this game. And like, there is chapter select, but it doesn't work in the same way, so I've done saves, but... I don't know where it is. Yeah, that's okay. Fucking Jesus. I missed one. There's got to be a way. No, it's an old game. It's Sherry. Rocky. I'll find a way. I'm gonna have to. I might. Hang on. We'll just see. We'll see. I'll see. But I think it's over. It's the one thing. I've gotten every enemy in the game. Look. It's one thing. I missed one thing. Oh no, I missed two things. Jesus. Okay, that's not good. That's even worse. Hang on, what is this? Night Spawn. Oh, that definitely seems like an endgame thing. Yeah, I think it's one. Cherry is definitely something you talk about early on because it's a big character in the first game. Righto. I'm gonna cry a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna go say goodnight to Rikoi real quick. And then we'll finish the game. I'll be back in a second.
Where are you? Where are you?
Alright, let's look. Let's just get this bread, guys. And we'll try to finish the game strong and get every other trophy. Let's be positive. Let's be positive. Welcome back. Thank you. Let's pray. Let's just pray it works. Because there's no, like, I don't think there's any situations where either of them are going to be brought up again. The last two things. Well, I think the Night Spawn, there will be. But the rest, probably not. Ah, more really? What a pain. Where's Go? Whatever, I guess I'll just kill some time. Okay. There's another boss fight. Come at me. You might have to talk to who we don't. Out of my way. I've got another beer on the way. Because I'm smart like that, I guess. Tell you what, I'm not feeling the beers tonight, which is a good thing. Not gonna lie to you. Heaven and...
Come on out, puppet friends!
I'm looking at a guide and you use Cherry as a password in the final act. I'm praying, Rocky. I did see that. I'm praying. Praying. That's the one. I'm praying. But I got a funny feeling it won't be, because nothing in the game has been like that so far. That's what I'm worried about. And ask the soldier. Yeah, I know who Cherry. That's the problem. But I feel like maybe I missed one conversation or reloaded one save. So I could have just missed her randomly. So that's the problem. So it could have been missed very easily, the conversation. But yeah, I reckon I haven't had enough conversation to unlock it. That's what I'm worried about, I reckon. I reckon I missed it by like a few seconds. I'm not even going to pop a platinum after this game. That's the worst part. It's the worst part, man. No trophy. Just edging. I've been told edging is nice. What, not everyone edges? I thought we were an edging community. Part of the Gooners, you know. I was thinking this the other day, but I really need to rewatch Fairy Tail. This game reminds me a lot of it. Fucking love that anime. The shortcake! Oh, we got her. Wow. I wasn't expecting that, actually. Like, I'm 7 levels higher than what Randy is, which means I think he's supposed to be higher level than me. Ow! I went out of my way to play with you. If it's some of this... Rah! Let's go! Alright, she's definitely going to reappear. Okay, Mass Effect Andromeda, Yakuza 5, Yakuza 6, Yakuza Like a Dragon, Dragon Quest 11, Kingdom Hearts 1.5, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Final Fantasy 7 Remake, Final Fantasy Rebirth, Outer Worlds, Fallout 4, Pollen 5, Outer Worlds, Cyberpunk, Demon's Souls, Quarry, Detroit Become Human, Watcher 3, No Replicant, House of Ashes, Final Fantasy 12, Resident 12, Resident 2, and Watch Dogs 2. Are those the games you want to do? That you've got? None of those games are short. That's what you're asking. That's Gao's voice. Wait! Face me, Gao. I won't lose today. Okay, M17. I'm sorry, Master Meow. They took me down, Meow. 13. I'm gonna make an extra save here. No, not for stream. We just started, but not finished, and must finish 12 this year. Well, out of those games, you got to finish 12 of them. I'd put Persona 5 at the end of your list, because that's a 100-hour game no matter what you do. Even though it's a beautiful game. we've got 13 and 17. Alright. Roll Christ and stop playing, lol. You're about to... yeah. Yep. Exit the room. Go to the right. 3 times, apparently. Oh. I enjoy them too much, and I don't want the end of the game, so I stop playing. I feel that. I do feel that. But you gotta. You know? The endings of Final Fantasies are some of the best ever. That's like the best part of the game, in my opinion.
I choose you! Scramble, go!
This will end you!
I missed it actually collectible. So I cracked the shits. But I still need to heal anyway. Such strong female characters. It's actually an item here, apparently. There you go. Found Crusade. Oh, your attack goes up heaps. Holy shit. I feel that though, Cheska. I do feel that. But, you know. Get this in the bag, you know. An enemy here. Here. Damn it. Should rip the band-aid off. The Final Fantasy is honestly, the endings are some of the, like, literally the best. That's the whole point of, like, that's why they are so good, in my opinion. Like, the endings are just amazing. So... By the order of Lady Akuro, from this point forward, you won't take a single step. Meow. Meow. Hold up. Yeah! Had the smelly people debate, and by the way, others have mixed feelings about it. Some people don't have BO, and I felt like what Rai was saying. You got it? No. The trophy didn't go. From the first game? Yeah. Yeah, they like continue on. They're kind of enemies in this. You do beat Rocky in a dungeon. As I said, if you want to watch Rocky, you don't have to, obviously. I am uploading all of the VODs, by the way, if you do want to watch them at any point. If you'd like. But they have their entire own dungeon in this game. But yeah, it was good. It was interesting. Rise chat came in with some opinions. It was good. But then Barely came in with like one where he knew someone that doesn't wipe their ass, and it was like crazy. We'll take you all on. We'll show you the true power of the Majoli family. Everyone. Don't get the wrong idea, kid. This isn't for you. Okay, bro. Fate decrees we must settle our scares with them someday. Yeah, that's all, meow. Okay, got it. Thanks. Destroy them! We need to hurry up and find Cello and the Shadow of Beauty. I will be watching the VODs. They're on YouTube if you want, Rocky. I think, they're here. Yeah, if you need them. I've been uploading all of them as I can. Forward to the comments on that vid, lol. While eating lunch? Yes, I do apologize for that, Zophie. So continue right to progress into the dungeon. Eventually you will cutscene and continue to the right, climb the stairs and go left. Okay, Nancy got a statue. Okay. Have a next trip next week. Oh, good. Sounds good. I'll try to upload all of them before then if I can beat this one today. As I said, the third game is supposed to be longer, but I'll start that next week or on the weekend, basically. I also like chaptered them and stuff, but don't be afraid to skip some stuff because like it's pretty like there's a lot of fighting in this game. I'm not gonna lie. Kurudu. Oh, what the fuck? Charlie, I'm so glad you're safe. Don't come any closer. What? Huh? I thought we were lovers. This ends here. You're all going to die. Cello, what are you saying? I won't let anyone get to my mother. Mother? Are you speaking of... That's right. Akira is my mother. What? The main antagonist is the mother? I thought she was dying. She's not dying. What? This is so dumb. This is not actually the curveball I was expecting. Wait, so you uploaded last stream when you just roasted me? Oh, that's in there too, yes. There's some Telenova shit. Not many people watch my VODs, Cheska. Don't stress. They're mainly just for people who miss their redeems. I'm starting to do it now. Bunny at the bottom just sleeping. I know, right? He's just chilling. That's right. Akira is my mother. What? That can't be true. Sorry. Mother's Akira's Goa isn't really eternal youth. She's just really... But thanks to all of you, we managed to get a hold of the Shadow of Beauty. Now she can be cured. Once we get rid of the useless dead weights, it'll finally be over. You're lying, right, Cello? I mean, haven't we been working together side by side all this time? Was all of that the Shadow of Beauty for Akira? That's right. You're lying. I believe in you. Shut up. Die. Love me. Sorry. So I feel like she's trying to say. You know what I'm saying? You just feel like someone wants to love you, but they deny it. It's painful.
Come on out, puppet friends! Go get 'em, everyone!
Take this!
Holy slash! Oh, ancient gods, please give me power!
Fuck you, Cello. You little bitch ass.
Scramble, go!
Brother has... What the fuck was that?
I choose you! Scramble, go!
Obey my orders!
Jesus, dude. Look at that damage.
Everyone, lend me your power! You're up! Everyone, lend me your power! Go get him, everyone!
That went well. I think. 6,000 XP. Ugh.
Cello! Cello? Did you lose on purpose? Are you okay? Stay
Love
with us,
me.
Cello.
It's fine. I'm just so tired. Ever since Mother took me in, I've been doing all I can to repay her. She only raised me because I have ancient blood. I knew that much.
Shit, I skipped that.
But I don't have any living family. Mother's care. I did so much harm, all for her sake. But after I met you, Kururu, the more I cared for you, the more torn I was between you and my mother.
So, I believe what we're being told right now is that she's not really his mother, but she raised him and summoned him somehow from the past. So he's from an ancient civilization, basically, in some way, shape, or form, and has been raised because he has ancient blood in him to be able to use the power against him to bring immortality to the main antagonist.
Cello.
I was happy when you confessed to me. I really, really was. I like you, too.
Well, she didn't confess. She said she was going to marry him. That was kind of weird, but anyway.
But I can't go on. Goodbye, Kururu. Please, forgive me.
Sorry, I'm trying to eat fucking popcorn crumbs, and it's fucking hard as fuck, dude. Jesus, man.
Cello!
That's so anticlimactic for me. I'm sorry, he died. He didn't actually die. I know he's not gonna die, but still.
Cello! Why? Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Because you didn't tell him. He literally got teleported as you told him.
I can't believe my feelings were the source of so much pain for him.
It's too anime for him to die.
Why the long faces? Am I interrupting something?
I'll get another beer while I'm at it. Just grabs
From the
popcorn.
looks of it, he's not past saving.
Really? He's not?
Yeah, all living things have a heart. If you can rekindle the light in his before it vanishes, you can save him.
Rekindle the light? How do I do that?
With your feelings. Duh. Aren't you in love with him?
My feelings? But that would just make him suffer again.
Ugh, I'm so sick of this. No more nice, Marjorie. Into the guy's heart you go.
Alright. Let's get this bread, guys.
Kururu? Dear goddess, please keep Kururu and Cello safe. Doing something nice once isn't going to make you more popular, Marjorie.
Indeed. It's impossible to make up for all the evil you've done thus far.
Yeah, we're always gonna be the baddies.
Ooh, shut up! You think I don't know that? I'm just helping them out so I can charge an arm and a leg for it.
This game is so anime. There's so much voice acting. There's actually not. This game's really weird. But like their choice of like when they voice act and when they don't is very strange. There's some parts of the game that really should be voice acted and isn't. It's very strange for a remaster. Obviously, it's just very strange at times.
I have to hurry and find Cello's light.
Sorry, it looks like it's going to vanish. Like, there you go. Like, why is this not voice acted? Hey, buddy. Oh, poor Cello. Your heart is closed off so firmly. Listen well, Kururu. The light of Cello's heart is in danger as we speak. In order to rekindle it, you'll have to open up his feelings. Kururu, I'll show you the path into this light. You'll see Cello's past once you're inside. His past. Now, Kururu, into the light. Get in there! Hey, buddy! Have you come too? Where am I? This is my home. We found you unconscious in the woods. My name is Sherry. I'm the princess here. I don't know what happened to you, but please feel free to rest up here. This is my grandmother, is it not? My tripping balls. You shouldn't be able to respect it, but please, I'll never wish for anything more. Okay, but only this once. Thank you. Yes. So strange, dude. Okay, bro. Well, that settles things. Please be at ease. Treat this like your own home. Thank you. We're not gonna like fall in love with our grandfather or something, right? I hope it's nothing cringe like that, dude. I swear to fuck. Just now. I see. Really did go back in time. Shit, I don't know where to go. By entering Cello's heart, explore the city, go to the second upper door in the entrance of the Flying Garden. What? I'm gonna be here. Oh, we've been here before. Don't trust someone that can't do anything to me. Can you greet me properly? Aloha. Good job, I'm so proud of you. Here's a present. Retium 20. Go back to the entrance and leave the building by entering the path down the middle. Go down to the stairs and go right to the end of the tower. Inside the tower there are 3. Go right. Was it the tower? What tower? Oh. Loads of slaps, hey? Return to the entrance to the main building. Go to the third path to the right, and you'll be in the corridor. Or here. In the entrance of the building, go to the third path to the right. 1, 2, 3 to the right. This is missable apparently, so I gotta be careful here. I gotta save actually. Have I saved yet? Of course I haven't. Why have I? Why would I have? That wouldn't be smart at all. And into the door. Got it. Okay. Okay. Oh wow, it's the main game song. Oh, she can't. So fucking weird how they abruptly end that. Is something the matter? Do you need anything? No, but what was that song? Oh, you heard that? It's a lullaby that's been passed down here for ages. It's my favorite song. My mother taught it to me. Oh, Cello. Hey, buddy! Cello's just a kid, but that's definitely him. So Cello was born in this. But if that's the case, why is he in mine? Cello, let me introduce you. This is here is Kururu. My name is Kururu. Kururu, huh? What a cute name. Come now, Cello. Won't you say hello? I'm sorry. Ever since the war took his parents, he's hardly said a thing. No, it's fine. Come now, Cello. You'll never find a girl, and if you keep acting that way. Smile, okay? It suits your face the best, after all. Please, I'll never wish for anything more. I'll try. That's all you ever say. So, Kururu, despite the exterior, he's actually quite kind. It's just that he's lost his ability to trust others and be honest with himself. Is anyone just ordered for one another to stop fighting this world? Cherry, it's time to pray. Let's talk some other later. Okay, Kururu. Oh, there's an English version of this. What do you mean? Oh, the song? Most of it's been in Japanese, the music. Actually. The song, yeah? Interesting. Your Highness, bad news. The King's brother has launched an attack on us. Uncle, the castle won't last long. Please, use the light of the beauty and escape, Your Highness. The royal family can't die. Think of the future. But that would mean, no, I'll fight too. You mustn't. You need to survive, Your Highness, no matter what. Do you hear me, Cello? I'm leaving her in your care. All the songs are in English in the version I played. Interesting. Did not know that. Because I promise you, there wasn't an English version of this game when I played. Well, like, never really dropped here, so... It's so weird that there is... Go left when you're inside the building, go left in the last door. Enter the big door. What? In the corridor, enter the door guarded by soldiers to progress the story. Then go to the top of the building for an event. Go left when you're inside the building and go in the corridor. Oh, okay. The password is Shetty. Shetty bomb. It's opened. Oh, there it is.
Okay, Cello. Kururu? The Light of Beauty holds the power to grant wishes based on people's hearts.
Grant wishes based on people's hearts?
That's right. But we couldn't use it to end the war. Probably because this world is overflowing with hatred. However, I'm sure there will be peace in the future. If we believe in that, it should take us there.
To the future?
It's possible we might end up in different times, due to the delay between wishes. But even if we're separated across eras, our hearts will still be connected.
Sherry.
Oh, there you go again. Don't make that face. Smile, alright? Now let's believe in our feelings and go to the future. Respond to our feelings, Light of Beauty!
Believe, Purge, believe in the power of friendship and love. And so Cello and I departed for the future. We ended up arriving in this era. The era we are from, that is, the ancient civilization, came to an end at the hands of those who created not long after. However, the few who managed to survive carved out a new world. I can't believe you and Cello are actually ancients. That's right, Cello hasn't been in this era for very long. The past still haunts him, he can't look to the future. Deep down, he fears that you'll leave him if you find out about his past. Cello really thinks that. Despite he seems Cello is both kind and easily hurt. He's caught between his gratitude and Akuro and his feelings for you, and he's still suffering due to his own past. The only one who can free him from this torment is you, Kururu. Please, harness your feelings and save Cello's heart. But for my feelings are what's hurting Cello. No, the only thing that can heal the human heart is another person's feelings. Believe in your feelings. It's truly wonderful to care for someone else. Now, Kururu, take the initiative, yes? Yeah. Flashbang trauma. Cello! 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 Whatever your past is, I don't suffer alone. Let's overcome it all together! Okay, please believe in me feelings. Cello. Trauma. Cello! Kururu.
My God! Okay, it's happening.
Hey,
Everybody
Squigs.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Welcome to peak romance, my friends.
Everybody, calm down. No.
Thank you so much for the raid, fam. I hope you're doing well. I apologize, I'm fucking exhausted, dude. I worked a 12-hour day and I'm tired as fuck. How you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. How was stream, fam? I hope it was good. It's nice to see you after all this time, Cello. Cherry, is that you? Hey, you've definitely grown since we last met. Take care of my grandchild and don't let her cry anymore. Huh? Kuru is your... That's right, I arrived in this era just decades before you did. I had my fair share of hardships, but I was happy. I married, I gave birth, and my own daughter gave birth to Kururu here. There's no need to worry about the past, I was truly happy to have come here. So, be a bit more honest with your feelings, Cello. Come now, that's no good. What was I used to say? I keep smiling that face. Yeah, I'll try to. So that was rough, but there's a change approach and should get last 2 achievements. Nice! It's always good to develop new plans and stuff like that. I hope you're doing okay with the heat, man. It's going to be pretty hot this weekend, too. The smile suits you much better than a frown, Cello. Kuru, take care of him for a while, will you? Grandma, it's time for us to part. Do your best out there. If people had more empathy, maybe our civilization would have survived. Grandma. Chetty! Goodbye, Kururu. Cello, make sure you never forget the love you share. It's cooler here, thankfully. I'm glad, fam. We're gonna get fucked tomorrow. An email said 40. I think we're getting to 44, I think, tomorrow, where I am. We're just getting this cheeks clapped, for real. This is awkward. Why the fuck? What is this scene?
Feelings will overcome time and space to reach you.
Your Highness! Are you alright, Princess? Welcome back, Kururu, and you too. We're really back. I was certain that two of you would be able to find your way back. Thank Rhea. Hehe. Huh. Where are Marjorie and others? Oh, they went upstairs shouting something about evening the score. Shelley, let's head up. I'll settle things with myself. Kreia, Shelley, and Sonia are only enjoying the party. They don't have any... Why the Hey, Zek. How you doing, man? Hope you're doing well today. Gotta get ready for work now. See you, Purge. Goodbye, Sophie. Hopefully it goes quickly for you, my friend. How you doing today, brother? Just vibing. How about you? I'm not too bad, fam. I'm drinking some beers and I'm playing some games and doing my thing, man. You know how it is. I hope you're well. You know what I watched recently? And like, just so random to say this, but if anyone's seen it, I watched 4 Weddings and a Funeral. Great fucking movie, man. That shit was peak. I think Raquel's never seen it before. It was so good, dude. I was sick as a dog when I was watching it, being a little sad sack on my bed. I don't know why I brought that up, but why not? They're all naked? Nice, I'm living a priest in WoW, and hell yeah, fam. That's one with Alan Tucker tripping? No. No, you're thinking of, what's that movie called? Death at a Funeral. Yeah, that is a great movie too, actually. I tried to make an American one at one point. Okay, we got illustration 11 and illustration 12 as well. Lower left, apparently. Yep. To find Saintium. And right to get Grintium. Oh. Did you get Cherry? I did! Alright, so we're missing one. I'm gonna guess it's the final boss in the game. Holy shit. Okay, that's good. He still has lots of downtime. I've discovered that YouTube hosts most movies for free. Yes, it does. Several 90s era bangers. Nice! Not gonna lie, Zek, I'm a slut. I'm an absolute slut for rom-coms. I'm an absolute slut for it. Love that shit more than life itself. There's some bad ones out there. I couldn't give a fuck, man. That shit's peak. Give me that shit, bro. Fuck's sakes, did it unequip everything from Cryo just then? Oh my fuck, I hate when it does this. I'm an absolute slut, Purge 2026 for real. What's your favorite rom-com? Oh. Oof, that's tough. There's some good ones. I actually love Four Weddings and a Funeral, I'm not gonna lie. That's probably one of my faves. But there's a movie called Love Hard. I don't know if you've ever heard of it before. And it's this movie here with Jimmy O Yang in it. And it's my favorite Christmas movie and my favorite rom-com in one. It is a fucking terrible movie. But I love it. But yeah, probably this. It's on Netflix. You'll watch rom-coms. I'll check it out. I respect it. Yeah, it only came out a few years ago, but it's very good. It's on Netflix. I think it's very good for what it is. It's a shit film, but it's great at the same time. That's what a rom-com is, though. And a Christmas movie. There's no such thing as a good Christmas movie. Klaus is like the second best Christmas movie I've ever seen. So locked in for real. Look at how wishful he is. Absolute whimsy, lol. What's happening? Pez, do you want me to spoil the last entry? If it helps me feel better, then yes. Mine's Fool's Gold. Fool's Gold's a good movie. I respect that, actually. Rom-coms are great, honestly. Like, they're fantastic. You could nearly say Marley and Me, but that movie's so sad, bro. Holy fucking shit. Oh. That's a sad movie. You could nearly say Marley and Me. That's a sad one. Forgetting Sarah Marshall's good too. That's also another rom-com that's good. Not a classic really though. There's a lot. Does Spot Pilling? Yes, I would say that's a rom-com. There's a romance comedy. You get it on the New Game Plus based on the guide. It's a Last Puppet. Okay, it's a Last Puppet. Oh, that's good to know then, Rocky. Thank you. Moulin Rouge. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, One Crazy Summer. Oh, that's also a good movie. Everybody loves rom-coms, bro. I don't give a fuck who you are, bro. I actually get it from my dad, which is crazy. My dad is like that motherfucker that just like doesn't flinch at anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, someone could die in front of him and he probably wouldn't even react. But he loves rom-coms deep down. The lion son of a bitch. I love him for it, but you know how it is. I have actually seen that once, Squigs, though, and it was good. Good movie. Just need to go do a movie night. For real. Just pile in Discord and just like mistake. Just rom-coms and just everyone's crying in there. Adult a banana. How you doing today, fam? I feel that though. Man, there's so many good rom-coms though, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Why'd that not heal there? There we go. You ready for this? This is depressing. Going good, coldest motherfucker up here now, you sir. See, funny enough, like I was hearing this is like huge, like blizzard, like up your way, like in North America and like over Europe right now. It is a fucking heat wave where we are right now. We're getting our cheeks absolutely clapped over here right now. It's 104, I think, no, 106 Fahrenheit minimum tomorrow. Getting our cheeks absolutely ripped apart. Please the Month is a great fucking movie, Exact. That is a great call. That is a great call. That is an absolute fucking banger, bro. What a movie. Absolute great movie. I watched that at 5 in the morning once when I had to stay up for a plane ride, and it was probably the best like few hours I've ever like spent. Incredible as fuck though, great movie. So underrated too. No, not enough people talk about that movie. I've never laughed so hard and cheered so loudly. Great movie. Great movie. Not gonna lie, if we're gonna talk about like the MVP of like of rom-coms though, we obviously anime wins the award. What movie wins? I definitely would say Love Hard. Waiting out there too. Oh, Waiting's a great movie too. Waiting, not enough people talk about Waiting. Waiting is probably one of the best comedies I've ever seen. Probably is the best comedy. I'm trying to think if there's a better comedy movie. And I don't think I can honestly think of one. Along Came Polly's very good. I'm Still Standing. Tropic Thunder's good. Tropic Thunder's better than Waiting? Oh, I don't know about that. Waiting's pretty good, man. Waiting's a very good movie. I think it's very underrated. Superbad as well is very good. I do respect Superbad. I respect Superbad, what it's done for the world. Better than I ever did. Kung Fu Hustle's a good movie too. Yes, I do like Kung Fu Hustle. Would you call that a... I would say Kung Fu Hustle's probably one of the best like Kung Fu movies of all time. I don't know if I would say it's comedy though, but as in like the best comedy. I think I respect Kung Fu Hustle so much. I respect it for what it is, you know. Kung Pao is Orgasmo is my favorite comedy of all time. I respect it. Kung Fu Panda is very good too. Along Came Polly is good. Along Came Polly makes me cringe like crazy though. Even just the start of the movie makes me want to fucking blow my brains out. Why is this dungeon so fucking long, dude? Movie that I love on AFC 3am, and it was The Trainwreck in the Best Way. What movie was it? They boys and girls getting down. I feel like I've seen this before. No, I haven't. God, this is like one of those movies where it's got like proper Hollywood actors in it, but nobody's fucking heard of it. It's got What's Her Head in it, but she's like removed her name from it, which is a bit weird. What's her name in this? It's What's Her Head, the fucking princess. Fuck, what's her name? She's like removed her name from the movie by the looks of it, from the rights of it. Watched the Suicide Squad the other day. The beach opening of Weasel had me in stitches. Dude, both... I stand by this. I think both Suicide Squads are great. But the second Suicide Squad is a great fucking... Great game. Great movie. Forgetting Sarah Marshall's a great movie. It's so funny. I might check it out. I'll see if I can get it in Australia. Don't know if I'm going to be able to. I'll have to look if I can buy it. Where the fuck are we here, guys? Game. I fucking get it. But you wouldn't believe this. I'm fucking 40 levels higher than any of these cunts currently looking at me. Can you please let me get to the fucking area I want to go? Oh, I hate this game, dude. Oh my god.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
Think of the Amore. It should be right here, but it's not here. It's not here. It's not here. I'm gonna mute this game because it's making me go insane with this stupid ass fucking music. It's gonna annoy the shit out of me until I fucking get this. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of hearing this music for 30 fucking hours at this point. The Breakup. That's a great movie. That's a very good movie indeed. I agree. They're literally like spawning like crazy. Fuck me dead. It's one floor higher. It is, but I can't get to the final floor. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You actually can't access the higher floor. Stop spawning the fucking enemies this quickly. Fuck me, bro. Love you for the boss. Holy man, these guys don't give me any XP.
Love the content, matey. Stay awesome.
Thank you for the 100 biddies there. Exactly. I'm losing my fucking mind with this game. Jesus, man. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies, man. You don't need to do that at all. Thank you so much, man. Like, they're spawning like crazy, man. What do you get? Leave me alone, dude. Hang on, this might work. Alright, this will be it, I think. Hang on. Money for killing them? Just nothing. Like, I don't get enough from these guys. These guys are in an area that I was in, like, nearly 5 or 8 hours ago in this game. So, like, it's not worth fighting them at all. They give me nothing, sadly. It's Shetty. Fan illustration 20. Gallery complete. Okay, I gotta crash out and get some sleep. Much love. Much love, Squiggles. I appreciate you. Hello, Sauce. How you doing, man? Yeah, it's not worth fighting them. Look at this 99% sitting there. Look at the little slut. Any trophies for the second game? It'll be 20 in the next one. We're going to pop like 6 in these last bit here. This one here. Hello, dead buddy. How you doing, fam? Just woke up about to grab some grub. How's the platinum treating ya? Terrible so far, fam. Not well. But we're here. Cam, don't like hearing that? No. I'm going to go to the toilet real quick. I really apologize, guys. I need to go now because I'm going to get really frustrated if I don't go right now. I'm at that point where I'm like, I'm cracking a little bit. Wait 2 seconds.
Where are you?
Alright, I'm back. Completely understand the vibe I'm in there. You know where you're at your peak? Yeah, you understand exactly. You're at your peak. Thank you again for the biddies as well. I really do appreciate that. You're at your peak. And you need to take a piss as well. You're going to snap because you need to take a piss. But here we are. Oh, God. Right. Alright. The puppet kid is a wind element puppet, therefore it will be able to use the ultimate elemental spell of wind. Therefore, for it to be used said spell, it needs to be equipped with the Cyclonium and Tontium jewels. You will allow the puppet to use these spells as long as you're in the right element. The screen is accessible from status for a puppet section of your menu. Okay, so what we need to do, I'm going to make an extra save here. And we're going to change puppets. Alright, so Flare teams first. Hang on. What? I love supporting America. I appreciate you, dude. Seriously. Plans for tomorrow, Saturday, I mean. For tomorrow, it's gonna be hot as fuck, so not really. I'll probably stream. Why is that, Banana? Did you want to do some War in the North? I'm happy to do some. I'm gonna be playing with Rye tomorrow, probably as well. I think because they're doing the subathon tomorrow. So, thank you for the Where Are You as well, Rocky. By the way. I forgot my stubby holder. Thank fuck I bring 3 or 4 up here. Is there a chance Rikoi could help us? I'm afraid not. She is away and busy again tomorrow, I'm afraid. If we can't get it next time, I'll do it off stream. And I'll get her to help though. If we can't get it tomorrow. I don't understand what it wants me to do. The puppet kid is a wind element puppet, therefore it is able to use elemental spell with wind. Therefore, if you use said spell, it needs to be equipped with Cyclonium and Titanium jewels. As long as they're the right element. So we've got Inferno. So let's go... Okay. Let's do... Hang on. Let's go Kreia. The Fire Dragon. Flirtarium and Redtium 20. Who the fuck's got Redtium 20 on right now? I love that the enemy didn't want to spawn that time. Makes my day. And it's Inferno, is it? Right, Inferno's first.
Take this! Come on out, puppet friends! I'll do anything for Kururu.
Jesus, bro, that's actually like powerful as fuck. I mean, it makes sense, but like, what the fuck, dude? Alright. We go partner real quick for Kreia again. We got a water dragon. I think water works with ice, correct? Oh no, we got mermaid. Hang on. She needs aquatium. And tritium. Tortium? Tontium? Ugh, fucking hell. Hang on. Oh, tritium there. What I'm gonna do... Just gonna remove everything real quick. Tritium. Did it register? I don't know. Hang on. Yep, it did. I'm still missing 40 entries in Kuru's diary. Oh, we're so fucked. I'm not gonna lie, Rookie, I'm gonna be honest with you right now for 20 seconds. If I can't get this properly done, I will have to postpone this game for a little bit, because I don't know what to do after this, I'm gonna be honest.
Gary, now I know I was wrong.
I don't know how to fix this. This will take me forever to fix. Because I followed this playthrough to a key. A T, sorry, not a key. A T. So I'm gonna have to figure it out myself, which is a problem. Yeah. Hey Dolan Koi. I will have to like I've been following a guide the whole time through this game. Perfectly. And I don't if this doesn't work, I don't know what to do anymore. I'm gonna be honest. I just don't know what to do anymore after this. So I'll have to figure it out. I'm gonna be the second Stardew Valley. It will happen. I just need to figure it out personally. I think it'll take me like no shit 50 hours to figure out how to do it. That's the problem. Because there's nothing in Australia about this. That's my problem right now. How you doing today, Koi? I hope you're doing well, fam. It's a flare that uses wind. Yes. Isn't it? Cycloteum. Yep. And Tontium. Right, beautiful. Stardew Valley will get done. Like I said, the save is corrupted. I can't do anything about that. I'm gonna have to restart at some point, but there's no point. When they announced the update, I was like, I'm not doing it again until it's properly done.
I beg your pardon.
I beg your pardon. Gatium? Or Glatium? And Green Team 20. Ooh, we might be in trouble here. Oh my god. Of course you have it, you fucking cockhead. $1K each is on Flare, I think. Oh my god, it's so expensive to actually use the ability. It's insane. And thank you for knowing that. But Catastrophe. It's very expensive. I've got to save before this, of course. Because it's going to use way too much magic. And mess up my entire, like, setup, of course. On top of everything. I've got Thunder after this. Thunder! Trontium. And Cosmetium. Apparently. These are, like, good abilities, but they're not insane, and they're not worth 1,000 fucking magic. If I'm gonna be honest with everybody. Testament? Yeah, kind of like Omega Heal, lol. Yeah, it's a waste, isn't it? It is important. But, like, fuck me.
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
Right, it's 5. We got Dark next. Darktium. And a Notium Star. I've collected everything in the game, so it's like there's no fucking way I'm gonna get here and get stuck, like, honestly. I've been so careful with this game. I can't even begin. I've been thinking about this at work, for fuck's sakes. That's like how stressed I've been about this game. I know I should really at all times think about games, but I generally think about the next game when I'm thinking about games. Nah, but the multi damage is just not worth 1,000k. I think they're insane. What's next? We got the Holy next. Is it the White Dragon? Off the top of my head, I think it is. They want Centium. And Enigmium. Like, what now, Dragon? Think I misheard. What Dragon?
That was easy, right, Kururu?
Another Dark Puppet, apparently? So we go White Dragon. Latium. And Heaventium. And Holitium. We got the Dark one. And Dark needs Omegatium. And Enigmatium. Enigmatium? Fair enough. And I need Rebellion, Armageddon. Oh. Oh, Carol.
Everyone, lend me your power.
What dragon? White Dragon. Yeah, white again, apparently. Max health, though. No matter what, for 1,000, apparently.
It's time to scramble.
Alright, that's that one. 15. 15, guys. So we have 5 trophies to go. So this is where, again, this is where it just gets a little nerve-wracking, because I'm a bit nervous here, guys. I'm going to be honest. There's a few trophies that are just not adding up, and I'm a bit nervous for this. There are a few trophies that will add up in the end, I think, but I am just fucking nervous for them, honestly. We have to beat the game on hard, obviously, which we're going to do. Recruit all optional puppets. We're missing 1. We're missing 40 entries in the diary, which is not good. And we're missing 1 observation note. But we'll see, won't we? So let's find out. Let's find out. So... Right, in puppets are the same. Are they actually, or are you just saying that to make me feel better?
Long ago.
Okay, we're up to this one. From my room from the guide, alright. Alright. I went to bed already. How many hours left of this game? It's a long one, it seems. Sadly, it's taken a lot longer than originally it was supposed to. Oh, these fucking toads, man. What a waste of time you guys are, honestly. Thank you. Just let me get to wherever we need to go. Alright, Lady Akuro, what's the matter? Are you okay? Lady Akuro, what's sick? I never knew, Meow. I came all this way, even the score. What the heck's going on? Akuro, she's in the final stages. Shelly, I'm amazed you showed up when you're ungrateful, son. Son, Lady Akuro's a kid? Don't misunderstand, we're not related by blood. I never thought you'd betray me. And the Shadow of Beauty don't help me either. Seems my life is completely pointless. Eternal youth wasn't what you were after, is it, Lady Akuro? No, the Shadow of Beauty's real power is to grant wishes using people's feelings. I wanted to show of my illness, but there's no way someone like me could harness that power. Don't you dare come any closer, you traitor. What are you talking about? Aren't you the traitor? Do you even have any idea what Cello has gone through because of you? I knew you were just using him, but he still cared for you, his mother. You calling a waste of time? I am shocked. You calling chat a waste of time? Why don't you get it? Shut up, brat. I'm on my deathbed here. If you piss me off anymore, I'll just take you with me. Okay, bro. We're just going straight into it? Jesus, dude. I see you. I see you.
I'm sorry. Go get him, everyone!
Kill the healer. Well, two of them heal, that's the problem. I'm gonna have...
Come on, let's bulk up.
Exorcist blade.
Because old mate is a support as well, and he's gonna be a problem. So I need to kill him as well, so I'm gonna have to just... I'm gonna have to do both, basically, is a good way to put it, honestly.
It's time to scramble!
You shall regret this.
Come on, let's bulk up.
Just an experiment, meow.
There's no way I can I can't. I'm nearly like 20 levels above what I'm supposed to be in this area. I'm 20 levels above what you're supposed to be in this level. and I'm still fucking here like this. This is the dumbest shit ever. I've spent nearly 10 hours grinding this fucking game. Fuck me, cunt. Honestly, I'm fucking so over it. So stupid, bro. You have a buffer puppet? No. It wouldn't change anything.
I'll make you cry, Meow.
Behold my undulating muscles.
But no, I don't either. We have no... There's no status effect puppets in this game. Which sucks. To be honest with you.
Come on out, puppet friends.
The defense down might be a problem. It's a massive problem. They've got the least health in the entire party though, as well.
This'll hurt, Meow.
Like I said, I've collected everything in the game too. Like, it's not like I'm not like... It's not like I don't have enough items or enough, like, defense or anything. It's just how it is. Those can do it. These are the strongest, yeah. It might nearly be like a thing of like them purposely being like this, I don't know.
Let's go!
Oh, chaotic darkness, lend me your power!
Go ahead! Stare at my beautiful body all you want!
This is so fun, Meow. It's time to scramble.
Hack is a problem. It's a massive problem, yeah. There's nothing I can do. It's crazy how that, like, how little damage I'm doing to them. I would have killed 2 of them by now too, I reckon. Especially if they focus one of their seed like they're doing.
Stare at my beautiful body all you want!
That's the problem. I think it's not worth like not doing the Omega heal. If I can't win this fight, I'll do one more attempt and then we're gonna have to like literally grind and it's gonna be so shit, dude.
Prepare to savor the sweet taste of despair.
This'll hurt, Meow.
Might be worth boosting the depth of the other 3. The problem is, there's nothing you can do. Like, the way this leveling works in this game is, it's useless. It's shit.
Just an experiment.
And the problem is, I'm actually maxing the defense in the 3 of them. Like, that's the actual problem. Like, I'm actually prioritizing on every act. On every act I did, yep. Like in items, I know what you mean by like the equipment, but I actually do. That's what like the worst part is. Like nothing's. It's gonna add 2 extra to all of them, but actually like the health items aren't gonna do anything right now. Sadly, like I have to level. If we're not gonna win this fight, I have to level. And the problem with the leveling system is it fucking sucks, cause it's shit. That's all there is to it. It's just shit.
Prepare to savor the sweet taste of despair.
Like I can't. So the problem. Okay. So the biggest problem with the 3 of them that just died, I can't put puppets on them. That's the problem. So the main health and the main defense doesn't come from items in this game. It comes from the puppets and how the puppets level. But I can't put puppets on the 3 of them. That's why they died straight away. Like it's impossible to actually put puppets on them. And that's why these 2 have so much health and so much damage and so much defense, is because of the puppets. But the puppets can't be equipped on the other 3 at all. Like they can't be equipped. So it's honestly just like that's the problem. So they really might have to. They're nearly supposed to die in this. I'm guessing in this final battle. If I'm gonna have a quick guess and shot in the dark. Because if they did have the puppets, they'd be in the 400s right now. With health. Like, I've got the majority of the defense on them. I mean, if we fucking win this fight, I'll cry probably. The negativity's out the window now. I need this. I need this. I need this. I need this. I need it. Sorry. I need this victory, though.
Thanks, everyone.
But that's the problem, Rocky. And that's where the inconsistency comes from. Is the puppets are so important in this game. But you can't use them on everybody. And it's so fucking annoying. You can only use them on 2 characters in the entire game. And I can't even use all of the puppets on the 2 main characters. You can only use the legendaries on Kururu. Hey Purge, how you doing? I'm not too bad, Emo. I'm fighting the final boss right now. We're kind of stuck, I think, a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you right now. How you doing? We'll see, though. We're about to find out. Not looking forward to the heat. Neither am I, fam. Neither am I. I was going to stream early tomorrow, but I actually, I gotta look after my dog and my cat, if I'm gonna be honest. I need to make sure they're okay for it. I don't think they're gonna be okay for it, so that's why. Yeah, I won't stream early tomorrow. She's gonna be fucked though. 34, 33. Yeah, ours is gonna be 40 degrees minimum here as well. I think we're gonna get to 30, 42 or 43 as well. Hey, Rock Protector. How you doing, fam? I saw you gonna pop the platinum, fam. You're 1 trophy away. Congrats, dude. Are you gonna stream it? Thank you, computer. That's not what I wanted, but anyway. There we go.
Taste of despair.
I've been waiting all game. All game to use these fucking items. I'm not taking the piss when I say this. All game I've been waiting for this. For this moment. This decision. Cause I ain't gonna let it go, bro. You're fucking going down, you cunt. Some of that warm heat and sun, over here. I heard that you guys are having like a blizzard, and we're having like 40 degree. We're like complete opposites right now. It's pretty wet, pretty mental.
Prepare to savor the sweet taste of despair.
This is so fun, meow.
We're pretty much having complete opposite weather, which is pretty insane. What is my heat deal? 20 degrees each way? I mean, I'll fucking take that. Honestly. Even 20's bullshit here, actually. Oh my god, she's gone. It's on, guys. It's on. There's just 50 wins in our mellows. Hell, I'm telling you, fam, against the CPU, I'd rather, like, die. It's hell on earth, to be fair. It's so shit. Minus 20 degrees right now. Funny enough, actually, it's been pretty clear skies here as well, actually, kind of weirdly enough. We've had a few storms and, like, windstorms, but haven't been too bad, actually. Now, let's try something else, actually. I think too cold. I respect it.
Prepare to savor the sweet taste of
Chaos.
despair. Prepare to savor the sweet taste.
Oh, she's
of
getting
despair.
2 turns to go, is she? Jesus, man. She is. She's getting 2 turns to go now. Fucking hell, man. I wasn't expecting that. Let's go flare. I don't work under 20 degrees. When you go out in the cold and the nose glue's shut, it's hilarious. Oh! I should say this. When we say degrees in Australia, we talk Celsius. So tomorrow it's going to be 107 Fahrenheit. Is what we mean when we say 40. So it's 107 Fahrenheit minimum. If anyone gets confused by that, I should say that. They go to work when it gets under a certain threshold. It's above and under. So it's above 33 in most countries, off the top of my head.
You shall regret.
And below 5 degrees. Off the top of my head. I think we got to -4 once, and we nearly had to call it a day. Off the top of my head. Again, that can just be certain countries, though, to be fair. Not work. I don't work over 100. Yeah. Sorry, I tried to. I thought that might be confusing. Come on! Watch you have a second stage. Watch you have a second stage. Watch you have a second stage. Wait for us to have a second stage.
To think some brats would be my downfall. This is the end for me. I'm ready. Deliver the final blow. Dying all alone.
I'm not gonna cry yet, Rocky.
For someone.
You're wrong. You're not alone at all. There are people around you that care about you. You have a rival. And you have Cello.
How pointless. Mother. Cello. After all this, you'd still call me Mother?
There could be another stage.
Respond to our feelings!
Shadow of Beauty!
Lady Akerjo!
We like bad mouth all the time, but
Don't die, Meow!
I'm glad Spicy's not here to witness this anime. He'd cringe like crazy.
Honestly, I don't really care either way. But I'll play along with your little game.
Mother!
You don't know I'm a sign spinner, so I work outside. I'm sorry to hear that, Rock Protector. Do you enjoy your job?
Lady Akerjo!
You... It seems I was missing something, wasn't I? Something very important.
Mother!
Maybe life isn't nearly as bad as I thought. You win this time. I'll head back to the Netherworld to cool off.
Akerjo?
I'll show up again someday. Marjorie, we'll settle the score when the time comes.
What? Can't she just thank me like a normal person?
You're on the top, Meow.
You want to say that again?
Nope.
Let's take the Shadow of Beauty back and leave.
Cello? Mother! Get along with your little girlfriend there.
Kururu, Cello, we need to hurry. The castle will collapse soon.
I do get to listen to music all day. I've been doing it for 16 years. Wow, 16 years, hey? That's wild, fam. So you do enjoy it? I'm gonna make another save here, guys. Revive your dudes. I don't think there's going to be any fighting. But they will fight with 1 health, so I'll be able to heal them before they get into a battle, if it comes to the case. Praying about it, I feel that. What do you do the sign stuff for? Is it like a certain store?
As I suspected, you're worried about your mother. Cello.
I'm sorry, Kururu.
It's okay. I get it. I'll wait for you.
Thanks, Kururu. I'll definitely come back to you.
Is that a promise?
Yeah.
Don't forget, okay?
I'm so glad Spicy's not here to witness this. Spicy's in bed.
Wonderful, Kururu. I'm almost jealous. Don't be silly. Let's go.
Alright, again, we'll save one more time. Just in case.
Look, Kururu! The castle!
In Riley's chat? Who the fuck is Riley?
Kururu! It's okay. Cello has to come back.
Riley
You made
Himawari?
a promise to me after all. Now let's go back home.
I'll save another file. I'm making 20,000 of these because there is like one puppet we get here. I think fuck no enemies are spawning, by the way. Once you hack this on PS1? Hell yeah, dude. Hey, buddy! Why is this not voice acted, bro? This is so dumb. Mother and father, Kururu. I heard about everything. What am I gonna do with you? Now, it's alright. After all, she's come back home safely. Rainy, Sonia, you both did well. Thank you very much. We did very humbled by your recognition, King Ferdinand. Thank goodness I thought we were going to be in so much trouble. You deserve praise as well, Crow. You are indeed my daughter. Thank you, mother. Cornet, you did the very same thing when Ferdinand was kidnapped by Majorli. It's one thing to be able to give you all for the one you love. I am still very grateful for your courage and everything you did back then. Okay, Kururu. You're always making me worry about you, mother. I'm sorry. Well, it just seems like you really did the initiative, Kikuru. I did. There are so many things I want to tell you about, mother. Things about what happened made me happy and that made me sad. But for now, Looks like Kikuru fell asleep. She must have been very tired. I don't blame her. She went through a lot. Well, welcome home, Kikuru. Sweet dreams. Okay, bro. Where's the anime? You missed it, Spicy. You weren't here, man. Just remind me of these. There is the credits. Man, I only have one save usually when I play a game, like leaving on the edge. I respect it. With older games like this, I have to. That's it, though. Did you get the missing entry? I don't know. I don't know. The vibes. The vibes, guys. The vibes. That's probably better, isn't it? Not often I show off all my tattoos, probably, eh? To be fair. Just realised. Don't really show my arms very often. Did you get the 100%ers to play a game? I don't know yet. I don't know yet. That's the problem. 4 years later. It's such a nice day out, don't you think, Kurudu? Yes, it really is. Hopefully today we'll finally get to see Cello again. Yeah. But even if we don't, I'm sure we'll see him again someday. Because he promised, and I believe in him. That sound could it be? Yes, it is. I know it is. It's the dragon. That isn't a good thing. This is the second time I've saved you. Are you alright, Kurudu? Cello! I'm back. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kurudu. Here's the anime, Swasi. You truly did keep me waiting. Alright, Kurudu. It's time to go see Cello. There's 16 here, by the way. I'm back, Kurudu. Cello. I was so worried about that mic going to be back. I was scared and lonely. I'm sorry, Kurudu. But from now on, we'll be together forever. Yes. Yes. Illegal anime, Kurudu, Cello. I'm so happy for you. Good luck to the both of you. Grandma watching, like the pervert. The story concludes. Clear the game. Take the initiative. Finish the game on hard. I'm sure your thoughts will reach them. Dreams will come true one day. Finn. Who is this Finn? Who are you? How dare you? It didn't pop? Not yet. Hang on. We're about to find out. We're about to find out. So hang on. How many trophies are there? We have 50. We have 16. 17. So 3 should pop here. If 3 don't pop, we're in trouble. That's it. Well, I got to restart the game. 3 don't pop. So let's find out, shall we? Uh-oh. This isn't looking good. Let's go start of chapter 8. Hang on. Let's do... Ice Dungeon. No. Red Hot. Uh-oh. This is not good. Oh! You completed your spring break assignment, okay? Of course I did. Well done. Hope you will continue to take your studies seriously. Got it. Here's a present. A special piece, even among my vast collection. Do take care of it. Hang on. Game! What the fuck, it spawned? Uh-oh. Did it bug out? We're about to fucking find out, aren't we? This might be one of the touchiest games I've ever played. Hands down. In like all seriousness. And that someone figured out how to do this is pretty impressive, I'm not gonna lie to you. You know what the craziest part is, Email? The name is literally called Nightspawn, by the way. So you recommend the Platinum? Fuck no. Then you need to do to horn the dude in Act 8. It didn't work. This is what I mean. It's not letting me do it. This is a problem. There's a new game plus. You can always get Nightspawn in New Game Plus. If I restart the game and I have to... Oh, okay. This is what I mean. You guys don't understand. The game hates me. It does hate me. It wouldn't let me talk to him. This is really bad. Rude game, for real. Can suck my nuts. It's let me this time. It didn't let me last time. Now, do I have to save here? I'm gonna make an extra save, because why not? If the free trophies don't pop here, I will be dropping the game. For now. I can't mentally do this right now. I just can't. I'm so tired, dude. There's just no way. There's no fucking way. This game has cost me like 30 hours when it's supposed to take me 15. Blow your horn for spawn. Spring homework done. 1. Oh, guys, we're in trouble. PSN's not yakking my chain because, as I said, the average 100% for this is 15 hours. Well, I think we're in big trouble here. So in 15 for the first playthrough. I know that, but like it was saying actually 100% is able to be done in 15. That doesn't fucking matter. It wasted my goddamn time either way. It shouldn't have taken 30. I hate this game so much. They're playing with my heart, bro. What a fucking cunt of a platinum. I'm you know the worst part? I'm halfway through the platinum. Fuck me, man. Fuck this game. Ugh. Doesn't PSN say it as a 3 out of 10? The guy does say whether if you're experienced, it's a 3 out of 10. In the Steam guide, it says it's a 3 out of 10, but if you don't know what you're doing, it's 6. It's what he basically said, and it said it took him 60 hours to do it, apparently, to write the guide. That's some hardcore shit. I feel this is some bullshit is what it is. I didn't even use the PSN fucking guide. That was probably the touchiest bullshit I've ever seen in my entire life. 30 diary entries popped when I opened that fucking diary. That's why that trophy popped. Like, how the fuck can you sit there and say? How the fuck can you sit there and say that's okay? 30 fucking entries popped then. What a fucking nightmare. What a fucking nightmare of a game it's been. What a fucking nightmare. Let's hope the third game is better. The third game is harder. You had to open the update? Well, I have been opening it. That's the problem. Oh my fucking god. The third game is apparently harder and grindier. Apparently. Oh my god. Do you think I'll get banned from PSN profiles or hop in the comments of the guide and say, it's not 30 hours, you fucking lying bastard. It's 30 hours for one fucking game. Probably. I mean harder, but hopefully less touchy, so I won't play with your feelings like this. I think the game's way harder, Rocky. I think like pretty much all the guides I've read or anything information I've read on the third game is that basically it's literally impossible to beat. There's no hard difficulty in the game. The game is just hard in general, apparently. Can we dunk on a Marlow guy too? I would love to, but the main reason Mello is like wrong is because the update he did it on the original patch. This is the problem. He should have updated it by now though, but I probably will comment on that at some point to him and say to him, you're fucking wrong. I got fucking like 40 platinums lying there that are wrong anyway. Some fucking bullshit though. Alright, he's rethinking his life decision at this point. Purges a shell of man. 1 out of 2. I still think the hardcore shit. This is some bullshit, dude. This was such a brutal game. I can't even tell. This game was so hard. It really was. This game took me 6 hours of leveling, and I still struggled to beat the game. Like I literally killed everything in front of me, and I still did fucking I still did like about 6 hours of grinding in the game, and I still didn't stand a goddamn chance with some of the boss battles. This game is no fucking joke, dude. It's actually gone up to a 4, funny enough. This guy's actually changed it. What the fuck? This cunt's actually recently put it up to a 4. This was a 3. I was looking at this 2 days ago. Fucking bastard. I'm literally looking. I'm looking at me. I've written it down. 3 out of 10. Fucking cunt. Fucking man. I swear to God, people, man. People in this community, man. I love him and hate him. He was watching and sweating. They're secretly watching your stream. Cheats, lol. Exactly, Minx. Exactly. Cheats. Why are you guys playing Valorant, Minx? There's no way. I wrote it down. I write it down and double check it all the time too. I know it's a 3 out. I know it said 3 out of 10. It's insane that this guy literally changed it as I'm playing. There's no fucking way. What a nightmare, man. I'm not gonna lie, Rocky. Great game. I enjoyed it for what it was. I had fun. But, like, what a fucking nightmare. This platinum was so stressful. This was not the game I needed to come back to. That's probably a good way to put it, isn't it? I was so close to starting FF15 yesterday. I was this close to starting in Final Fantasy 15 just to, like, cheer me up. Reach level 200 with a character. I gotta go to bed now. Would blow you what happened twice in a row. The AI came in turn and killed King both times. Fuck that. They do that though, don't they? They just fucking pull it out of their ass, little shits. No, what the fuck? That's bullshit. I'm sorry to hear that email. Sleep well, fam. Oh. I'm gonna start actually, like, look, I'm not gonna lie, man. I've been sick the past week and I'm a grumpy cunt at the moment. I'm at the point where I might start ripping these motherfuckers for, like, wrong estimations. Like, they're actually costing me brain cells at this point. That's all there really is to it. Ugh. Anyway, I'm sorry. Jesus. Level 200? This is... But yeah, sorry, email. But yeah, I hope you get a good rest of the day. Thanks, fam. I appreciate it. I won't be streaming till late, sadly. Which sucks. And I think Bobo's theory, by this way, this final trophy is no revives too, by the way, guys. Which is going to be brutal. Because even I used a revive in that last battle then. Okay, guys. Fuck me. What a nightmare of a game at times. What a great game. But what a fucking nightmare at the same time. Now, nothing is missable in the next game. That's the biggest thing. But the biggest thing as well is that the game is so hard, apparently. This third game is so hard, apparently. It's ridiculous. And it's like worse than playing on hard mode, so I'm a little nervous for that. I won't start this game probably until Sunday at this point. Wait, every game is in a single trophy list? Yes, 2 games are. Just 2 of them. The first game's the shortest game. That's the worst part. Apparently. It's broken. I know. In 6 hours. Yeah, the first game's really short. To be fair, I had to beat that game on hard, which was difficult, but like the third game apparently is just brutal. Okay, so anyway, I'm sorry. I was going to start the alphabet challenge on Sunday. That's not going to fucking happen. Let's be real right now for 20 seconds. It's just not going to happen. Because the biggest thing with this third game is that it's grindier than the last game. And I've got a heat wave coming, and I can't stream during the heat wave, I'm afraid, because I have to look after my cat and dog. It's going to be extremely hot, so I'm not going to be able to stream till late, which is really infuriating because I'm going to do a 12-hour tomorrow. But it's going to be really bad here. And yeah, it could make my animals very sick, and that's pretty much the main reason why I'm not going to be able to do it, because I need to watch them both. I'm afraid, guys, so I'm sorry about this. I was really excited to do both these games this weekend, but it's, yeah. No heat wave, yeah. So it'll be 100 sorry, Darkrai, to put it in your perspective, it's 107 Fahrenheit minimum tomorrow. It'll be, like, higher than that. Postpone the third game after Alphabet. No. We gotta do it. Take care of yourself and pets. Yeah, I'll try. I'll be on tomorrow night. It'll just be basically after the main heat's gone. Because when Rikoi can be home, then, because she works all day tomorrow until 5 p.m. And once she's home, then she can take over the reins while I stream. That's the point, really. No, I'm happy to play the third game as well, Rocky. It's no worry to me, fam. And I'll finish the game off, and then we'll start the alphabet. I'm excited. But anyway, what I was going to say was we might start this game tomorrow. I've got Rai, or Ryu, or Ryodas. If anyone wasn't here before, he rated us earlier. He's actually doing a subathon tomorrow, and I think he's doing some community stuff as well. So we might actually jump in with him and play a little bit with him tomorrow, and do a little bit of this as well. Just grind a little bit of this out, and we'll jump between the two basically, and get some progress done. At home, a Plat Hunter. As a Plat Hunter, imagine. Jesus, bro. I wish. No, Rikoi's gotta go to work, so we'll just do our thing, and yeah. But yeah, we'll just do our thing. Sorry, guys, I'm a little bit shocked we actually got this. This is really big. Play with us, Rikoi. Oh yeah, and I gotta play with Banana tomorrow too. That's another one as well I gotta do. Sorry guys, the hands needs work. But yeah, I'll start working on this. I don't want to play, and the problem is, the biggest one is this. I would be able to make more progress on this, but I don't want to play any of this off stream because obviously Rocky wants to see all the gameplay. So I won't be doing any of the gameplay off stream because I need to record it for Rocky in case they do want to see any of it. And that's the main thing. But once this is done, we will start the alphabet challenge straight away. And I'm praying to God I get to start it by next week. I'm praying I get to start the alphabet challenge by next week. Because I need it. I need it mentally and physically, desperately. Because I'm fucking exhausted and I need a boost. That's the truth. Alright. Let's fucking raid out, hey? Anyone have Tibia? You have War in the North. Good work today, yeah, tonight. Thank you. Thanos Darkrai. I thought you were going to cry. I did cry before. Did you not see me cry before? I actually cried after we popped those 3 trophies. I don't know if you saw that or not, Rocky. I actually cry after majority of my platinums. I appreciate you, Rock Protector. Thank you so much. I cry after most of my platinums. I really do. Now, we're going to go raid Minx tonight. Again, we raided her the other night. I'm breaking my rule here. I hate raiding people when they have a higher average than me. Oh, there's Minx reacting there. I hate it with a passion. It's like one of my biggest like pet peeves. I can't stand it. It's just me personally. But Minx is currently trying to go for 30 average. That's her current goal. So please, if any of you guys could lurk, I would really appreciate it. If you guys can't lurk, that's okay. She's working her ass off over there, and I would really appreciate it if you guys could do it again. But again, if you guys can't, that's okay. I understand. But I love and appreciate every single one of you. I hope you have a good morning, day, or night, whatever time it's for you. Go get some fucking trophies or some achievements for me, please. Don't forget, as well, if you do achieve anything in the trophies or achievements, please let me know. I love hearing about it. I really do appreciate all of you. You all are amazing. Please don't let anyone say otherwise. I shall see all of you tomorrow. I'll let you know if something ends up happening with my internet, but it should be okay. I'll see you all then. Bye-bye, guys. I'll get the plat for you. Let's fucking go, Rock Protector.
Fucking have as
They're
well,
gonna be.
man. What
They're
the
gonna be.
fuck is this shit? What is this fucking dog dick bullshit?
Perfect timing. Hello guys, welcome raiders. Welcome to Wanted losing his shit and Koi learning how to play Valorant. Because, you know, I don't know why we wanted to add this game to our list, but here we are. Thank you for the shout out.
I stopped paying attention.
Why?
They're up in the...
He's just immediately torturing me.
Yeah, because he's tortured himself, so now he's got to torture someone else.
Yeah. He's just like passing it on. This is how the abuse cycles work, Purge. Everyone follow Purge. I'm not joking. If you're not following Purge,